And we are live. I am Mod Hotep, songwriter, producer out of Fresno, California. Let's see. We have Brad Chapman, vocal pre-producer. Look up vocal pre-producer. Go to Google, go to YouTube, look up vocal pre-producer, and he has plenty of videos out now demonstrating what he does. All kinds of conversations covering a plethora of stuff. I like to try to throw him under the bus.
It especially helps if you put my name in first. Brad Chapman, vocal pre-producer, and then I'm the first thing that you'll hit.
If you're on Google, you can click when it first comes up. It might be websites. You can click on videos, and you'll see a ton of videos of Brad in action. We have several new people. Let's see. We have James Thatcher. Welcome. Joe Adams is not new. Business of Music seminars, as a matter of fact, they just did a seminar. Was it yesterday, Joe, or the day before? Out of New York, we just did one. Remember?
Thursday.
Huh?
It was Thursday. I think he may have walked away. It was Thursday, yeah.
Thursday. If you guys are on Facebook, yes. Do a search for Business of Music. What were you about to say, Joe?
Yeah, it was Thursday at Guitar Center in Times Square.
With Bob, Basie Brockman, Regu, who else? I'm drawing a blank on the guys' names. Kenyatta Beasley's part of it, Jarrell Battle, me.
On the panelists, we had Faith Newman, Senior Vice President for Reservoir Media, former A&R. We had Stuart Matthewman from Sade. It was just amazing panel. Like, I wish you were up here, Mike. We need you.
LA.
So it was kind of cool. We had Benji Rogers from Pledge Music, which is new crowdfunding company that's doing really well. He was really insightful. Fiona Bloom from the Bloom Effect, the PR, AV Sunshine, and just been around quite a bit. And of course Bob Brockman was also on the panel, producer engineer.
We're gonna do one in LA. I can't wait.
Me neither. I think that's actually going to be bigger than what we're doing here.
And tell everybody how much these things cost to have these professionals come and talk.
It's free. It's free attendance. We're the only free panel pretty much out there. Well, no, I can't say that because there's someone else joined us, but it's free to attend. And we had about 130 people, and it was just amazing information and networking opportunities. So we're going to be coming to LA with it. Get ready. We'll talk after this. And I have to talk to Brad also tomorrow, so we're going to be getting busy out there.
Yeah, I was about to say, Brad, what's it going to take to get you to come on out here and participate in this when we finally bring it to LA? We're going to have to drag you out. What are we going to have to do?
We have to go pick them up. We coming to your crib, Brad.
You have to send a limo out.
Yeah, put me on a limo. Yeah, that'll work, so I can lay down in the limo.
We'll have you all set up at the seminar if you need to lay back and everything. We'll have all that ready for you. We need you there.
Put me on a couch, man. I'm okay.
Word up.
Joe Cooper, welcome. Say hello. Waves Audiophile Group, Joe Cooper and Thatcher. Yeah, just say hello,
hey,
bro.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Where are you located, Joe? Where
am I located? I'm out of Columbus, Ohio, man. Can you hear me?
Columbus, Ohio? Yeah.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And then we have Robin. See, part of us are from Waves Audiophile Group on Facebook. If you guys don't know, just get on Facebook, do a search for Waves Audiophiles, and go check out. We talk about wave stuff in there, and we talk about other stuff. Also, there's Pensado students, all types of conversations going on that deal with music, not just engineering, but production, all types of stuff. Robin, huh?
How did I miss that?
And Robin, say hello. Oh, Robin stepped away, and Russell, say hello real quick, bro.
Hey everybody, how's it going?
Glad you joined. Okay, does anybody have any questions for Brad before we start? Before he, him and Usheda get busy. Going once, going twice. Okay. Let's see. A couple of last things. JJ Boogie and his wife Brad, they went and got the Earworks in-ear monitors.
Oh, okay. Good.
So he's with the group Arrested Development with rapper Speech. Hopefully, hopefully he'll come on and tell us, how that works out for him, because you've been, a proponent. You've been, saying how important the getting in-ear monitors is. How much it helps for you to invest in yourself. In doing that, and might as well say hello to it. Oh well, his wife's name is Nanyana. I hope I did not murder that. He has a son. And I was supposed to say hello to his son Phoenix, his daughter Phoenix, and his son Rhythm. He named his son Rhythm. That is a music dude.
Nice.
Nice.
That is a music dude. You name your son Phoenix. I mean your daughter Phoenix and your son Rhythm. And one last thing, Rare Breed, Graham, you congratulations on your baby, Araya Margaret, 9 pounds, 1 ounce, and 20.5 inches. They threw the half in there. But congratulations, bro. All right, so let's get busy. Brad, I would say meet Usheda, but you already know her. I'll throw it off to you for you to go ahead and do your thing, and I'll shut up.
Okay. Well, finally. No. Okay, Usheda, we met a couple of hangouts ago, or just actually the last hangout. And so I've got a little bit of an idea of where it head's at, but the way that we run these things to get to optimum value to you all and to me is, first of all, let me remind everyone that if you Google Brad Chapman vocal pre-producer, and I'll explain why that is my career name, you'll get lots of information. You can also go, and then of course there you'll also get my webpage, which is bradchapmanvocals.com. So just simply bradchapmanvocals.com. And what I do for a living, you can call it that, it's so much fun, is over the years I started off with vocal street singing, and that's where most of the people who are famous and have been famous since the 40s have come from, not from voice teachers. There was a time when every singer who was famous had a voice teacher, and everybody knew who that voice teacher was. But in the 40s, vocal technique took a big dive, and everybody said, we want to be natural. And the general picture that everybody has when they think of vocal technique is a structured form of singing that is going to make you sound like everybody else. And in a world where everybody wants to be unique, that imagery is frightening for a lot of people. So this is one of the reasons that we're doing these hangouts, is to, as I said last time, there's a black hole that needs to be lit up. And basically what I'm getting at is I was a street singer, therefore I always understood microphones, and I ran my own PA systems, and I had an engineering, recording engineering class when I was 20. It's a long time ago, and it's helped me a lot. As a singer, it helped me a lot whenever I was touring and so forth, and it helps me a lot now as a coach to help the singers understand what they're getting into when they go in the studio. So this black hole I'm basically talking about is where everybody believes that vocal technique is the devil. And I'm not going to try to convince you that it isn't, because it very well can be, and probably 99% of the time is the devil, because the voice teacher has their opinion, and they employ it into their singer. And then if the singer says, hey, come to the studio with me because I want to be perfect in the recording studio, then the producer has a real big problem, because successful producers know that the only thing that really sells is emotion and feel and colors and uniqueness. And with the voice teacher in there, they can't get any of that done. because the singer is constantly saying, "Hey, voice teacher, what should I do here? What, you know?" And then also the voice teacher sometimes will actually try to take the session over. There's rumors of very famous voice teachers being thrown out of very famous producers' studios for having that type of aggressiveness. And so I have become not a voice teacher because I did need to learn technique to gain what I have as a singer. I did have limitations as a street singer. And about in my career of coaching for 35 plus years, I've run into maybe 3 people who didn't really need some vocal training of some kind to maximize their abilities. You run into 3 or 4 that are like very, very natural and they can do just about anything. It's pretty amazing. They just happened to get on the right path when they were young and they never wandered from it. And they told me themselves they'd never had any coaching, so that's why I used the word luck. It wasn't something that someone went in there and trained into them and then all they did is keep it going. They literally had never been trained. So I started to see a problem in my training with other singers as I became a coach, is that I realized I was implying too much technique and I was putting too much emphasis on the high note. I was putting too much emphasis on the fast run, in other words, the embellishments. And all the excitement that you see, I was very proud of Sam Harris when he was a client of mine on Star Search. And I'm not putting the man down, believe me, he's an incredible singer. But in that television setting, he was very successful because he only sang for a minute and a half. And so hearing a minute and a half of all of this riffs and high notes and all this incredible stuff and this great voice was wonderful. But when Motown signed him, it was a disaster because he had so much ego built up into all of his technical abilities that they couldn't get feel from him, and so the record project virtually never even got heard of. And that's kind of amazing when you consider how popular he was at the time that they signed him. But they just kind of had to, shuffle it under the rug. So through my own experiences, I've learned that technique is only a very small part of what a singer needs to give an audience, because what does an audience want? They've proven since the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and it never seems to change. You can go back to Billboard magazine at any point, and you will find that the majority of the people who are selling records are artists. They're people who write their own songs and they do things their own way. And if they're not the writer, they still have a tendency to do their own way. Like Dionne Warwick did very well in the 70s with Burt Bacharach, and he wrote everything she sang, but she was his singer as far as he was concerned. No one could outsing him. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, no one could sing his stuff better than her. Sorry, I had a flashing Robin Zidgen something over here. I'm just going to close this window so it doesn't distract me. So what I do is I help the singer get the maximum amount of feel out of their voice, whether they be beginners, and which I rarely work with anymore, or whether they be tried and true, somebody like Anita Baker, who, she was very good when she came to me. By doing this, I'm giving the producers what they want. And by doing this, I'm giving the audience what they want. So me, the artist, and the producer become a team. And my job is to give the producer what he wants from the artist and to help the artist be who they are. There's been many times I've told an artist, well, if you don't want to do that, say no. Because that's what an artist is. An artist is someone who does say no. A performer is one who says, whatever you want, please, just tell me, whatever you want, I'll do it. You want that note, or a session singer. And there's a place for those people. But I've decided to specialize in the artist because that's what I love. And what Usheda and I are going to do today is, Usheda is going to be the artist who comes to me and says, I think I could improve on blah, blah, blah. That's going to be totally up to Usheda. So we're going to do kind of a mock, well, actually it won't be mock at all. It'll be an actual real vocal session. It won't go the full hour like I usually do because it's hard on everybody to sit there and watch us for an hour, as attractive as we may be. I'm talking about Usheda, of course. Yes. But we need time for questions and so forth and so on. So Usheda, tell me, as if you were meeting me for the first time and you just heard about what I do.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think I can help you with as a vocal pre-producer?
Okay, I would say that open head voice.
Okay.
For some reason, I feel like it's yelling or screaming.
Mm-hmm.
Others that have heard me sing with that open head voice have said that I'm not yelling or I'm not screaming. It is correct, but I just want to make sure that I can tune my ear to that, because to me it just doesn't sound that way. So I want to make sure that I am doing it right, and if I am doing it right, then I'll definitely tune my ear to say, okay, then yeah, okay. That's the best way I can describe it.
All right, cool. And I want everyone to notice that this is only something that could be done one-on-one. Usheda can't go to a seminar and get this information. She can't go to a YouTube video and get this information, because what she's telling me, and this is what singers really need for many, many years, is a seeing eye person. Someone to say, yes, that is what it should feel like. You can trust it.
Yeah, exactly.
And even though, because it's subjective, you might say, well, to me, Brad, it feels purple, yellow, polka dotted, whatever. I may still say, yeah, that's it. Because the objective part of this is what I hear. I hear what you sound like. And then subjectively you say, well, that's what it feels like to me. Then you become what I call a sighted singer, a singer who is totally in control of their instrument, totally confident of their instrument, because they know that what they do works, everybody likes it, everybody feels it the way Usheda wants them to feel it, and that if someone contrary comes around and gives her a hassle about it, she can say, sorry, buddy, I know better. But even some of the most popular singers I've worked with don't know that. They hear one negative thing about them, and their brain's gone. They're besides themselves. They don't know what to do. And so part of what I've enjoyed in my work is giving those people that confidence. So Usheda, do you want any kind of warm-ups, or do you warmed up already and you just want to sing it and demonstrate it? Or?
I actually warmed up already.
Good.
But if you have any warm-up suggestions, I'm always open to anything new. But I definitely did warm up, so
okay.
I'm totally ready to dive in.
Cool. All right. Well, we'll just run through a couple of things to see if you've done them before. This has become pretty popular. It wasn't 30 years ago, but it's pretty popular now. Did you do that?
I didn't do that.
Oh, okay. Cool. Well, you're going to love it.
Yeah. What it was I went to a vocal teacher one time, and she had me do like the scales on the piano with the gees and the gaz. So that's the main thing that I've learned so far.
Okay, so here's a great question that you've brought up. Why only once?
Because that was when I first began singing, and I didn't know the difference between Broadway singers and recorded singers. I didn't know, and she explained to me that she was a Broadway teacher, singer for Broadway. So what she did was she gave me some techniques. She gave me a few songs to sing. I've sang, maybe like 3 times to be exact. Okay. But she told me that I didn't need her. She told me that I was advanced and I didn't need her, and that what she could teach me wouldn't help me with the area that I'm in.
Okay, well that's a very unusual scenario. Thumbs up to her.
Yeah.
A lot of them will just keep you coming. even if they don't know what they're doing. You know?
No, she was honest. She was honest. She was very honest, and I appreciated that. But I never looked for anyone after that. I kind of began, singing in the studio, doing shows, and I kind of went forward and never looked back. That's why I appreciate this here. So I want to make sure I'm on that right path. Because, for example, I noticed that my go-to is me singing in the low register, but I can sing way higher than that. I have a very big voice. When she heard me sing, she told me that I was a belter. At the time, I did not know what a belter was. But over the years, as I began singing more, especially with bands, I began to say, oh, okay, this is, it's coming out naturally. So that's why I said to you, I want to make sure that, it feels right. Because right now, I'm kind of like, ugh. And they're like, no, that sounds great. And I'm like, oh, it does? Okay, good.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, one of the techniques that I would help you master is to trust yourself and to trust them. Now, sometimes, unfortunately, we do know that people just, they don't know what they're talking about, and they just want to be nice. And,
yes, people.
I mean, geez, when I was 16, people telling me, oh, you're better than Paul McCartney. Yeah, right. I mean, so unfortunately people do lie, but it sounds to me like you're far enough advanced with the people you're working with that you could probably trust most of the time.
Oh, yeah.
That if they like what they're hearing and they tell you that's a form of trust that you can start to accept. Or the other thing that I help a lot of people with is don't think at all about what they think.
Mm-hmm.
Be 100% committed to your art and your emotional drive, and whatever they think is irrelevant to you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's because what happens is your brain can't, your conscious mind, your subconscious mind can do an amazing amount of things at one time. But your conscious mind basically can only stay on one focal point at a time.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're constantly thinking when you're singing, what do I sound like to them? Am I any good? Do I hit that note sharp? Do I hit that note flat? You become introverted as far as the audience is concerned, and they can't feel anything from you because you're not feeling anything.
Mm-hmm.
And what I've found over the years by becoming a vocal pre-producer and focusing 90% of my attention on emotion is that when I experience myself with my clients, but to further objectify it, when I get them singing a certain way and they've gotten to this point where they're only thinking about emotions, when they come back from their next performance, they're like, my God, it was incredible. What people were saying and doing was entirely different than usual. One that stands out in my mind was a rehearsal where the singer said the band literally stopped in the middle of the song and looked at the singer and said, "What just happened? What'd you do?" And the singer's like, "Well, what do you mean?" And they meant it in a very positive way. And she hadn't hit a high note. She hadn't done any fancy runs. She didn't do anything rhythmically complex. So she was like kind of besides herself, and she says, "Well, what do you mean?" She says, "The feeling, the goosebumps we all got at the same time." What did you do different? And so that's how common it is that people don't feel anything from their singers.
Mm-hmm.
That they would be in such shock that their own singer, all of a sudden, they could feel something in a rehearsal environment. So this is critical. All right, so I'm just going to give you a couple quick lip rolls. You'll have to do them a cappella because one of the things that people who spend enough time with Google and Skype is there's a serious latency problem. It can be as much as a second or more. And so you can't do things in real time together. When I'm talking and you're talking, there's no problem that we don't notice the latency. But if you and I tried to talk at the same time, like count 1, 2, 3, 4 in rhythm, we wouldn't be able to do it. I would be one.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So you have to do everything a cappella. So I want you to take your fingers and go like this. Really kind of blow.
Like this?
Well, they're more forward. They're more kind of like,
This one, okay.
yeah, like yeah. The lips are way out like this.
Gotcha.
Okay, now put that to music and sing. You're an octave higher. You're right there. Okay, that's good enough. Now, new key.
Do that one more time?
The sound?
Yeah. Ooh, gracious. This is new.
Yeah. Just try it one more time and we'll move on.
No problem. Oh my gracious.
Okay. Well, we can
I can't get it out. I gotta practice that one.
Yeah, and you know, we can get back together sometime on that one, and you can continue to play with it.
Okay.
But the idea is to do it with arpeggios or scales, things like that, or anyway. Now, by chance, can you do the tongue roll?
On the top of my mouth?
Yeah, it's right up to the cup. It's the tip of your tongue.
Like that?
Yeah. Good. So now, here's how we're going to do the exercise. You're going to go like that.
Ooh.
Oh, you got a really low voice. Let me give it to you here. Yeah, that'll work. Here now.
Do that again. I heard some background noise come in.
Yeah, we need everybody to have their microphones muted, please.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, try that.
Was that it?
Yeah. Good. Now here.
What was that?
Very good. Now here. Right. So again, after you would learn that, you'd start doing as much as 3 minutes of that in different kinds of exercises.
Okay.
An easier one for some of us, and you know, it's interesting. What makes part of what I do for a living so interesting is because everybody has a certain aptitude for all these various things. It's amazing how, you know, one thing can be really easy for somebody else and so difficult for somebody else, and it challenges me to find ways to make it work for whoever I'm working with. You know, because these are important exercises. You'll find that what used to take you a half hour to warm up with these exercises takes 10 minutes.
Okay.
Plus, they're much more effective just in general. One of the things I said that somebody really liked, they wanted me to quote it, was that, it was Joe Adams. You can't really sing 100% emotionally if your voice isn't really well warmed up, because it's resisting you. Your voice is resisting the story you're trying to tell. And when it does that, it distracts you from your emotions. So being warmed up is critical for maximizing your emotional expression in your singing.
Okay.
Now, like a ghost, say,
Ooh.
Right, now even like, yes, a ghost is soft and ethereal. Ooh. Good. Now take that sound and sing shoo 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 shoo.
Shoo, 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 shoo. Ooh.
Yeah, you're not used to singing a cappella. Here's the notes again.
Shoo, 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 shoo. I missed one.
That's enough of them.
Okay.
Start again. Like I said, I would take more time if we had it. And
Of course, of
you
course.
could master
But
these.
this is new to me right here.
Right, it's very new, and the fact that we're making these sounds at all is all we need for warming up. Being accurate is not necessarily what we need right now.
Gotcha.
So just hit as many of the notes as you can. Again, it's shoo, 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 shoo.
Shoo, 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 shoo.
That's good enough. Good job. Here's the notes again. Go ahead.
Shoo, 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 shoo.
Yeah, now you're getting it.
Shoo, 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 shoo. Whoa. Shoo, 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 shoo.
You were right on.
Shoo, shoo.
Yeah, you actually changed keys on us, but you were.
Oh.
Yeah, before you changed your mind, you were perfect. Now,
Oh.
here's the new key. See, we don't have frets and keys to put our hands on, so
Right?
yeah, so it's something musicians it's hard for them to understand. Luckily, I'm both, so it's a little bit easier for me to understand. But the voice is an instrument that is tuned as your mind hears pitch, so it's constantly on the move. Go ahead.
Can you play the notes one more time for me? Shoo, 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 shoo.
All right, good. Now, we're going to take a hum, which is very simple for everybody, and we're going to do the same notes. Like that. Now here. It's good enough.
Oh.
Yeah, it is. It's good enough. Don't worry about it. We're not entertaining anybody right now.
No, this is good for me. I'm learning. So I'm gonna go back and re-listen to this.
Yeah, go ahead. Ready?
Okay, do it again, please. I'm sorry.
And now here. And here. And one more. Yeah, it's okay. I understand. Go ahead.
Play that last one. I'm sorry.
Okay, one more weird sound, and then I'll let you sing. Now, as if you were a little girl again, and this is a scale. Might be a little easier to hear, I don't know. But you're going to sing, nay, 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 like you're angry at your teacher and you're 4 years old.
Nay, 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 nay. Ooh.
That works. So again, the notes are
nay, 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 nay.
Good, you're visualizing it. Excellent.
Nay, 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 nay. I added a note.
That's fine. Just make the sound. I don't care about pitch right now.
Nay, 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 nay.
Okay. And here.
Nay, 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 nay.
Now this time, I just want you to go nay, 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 in any character voice you want to make. Make it a nay, 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 but you pick any notes you want. Nay, 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 nay.
And do it one more time for me.
Yeah, just like anything that comes to mind. Nay, 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 nay. Anything.
Nay. Okay. All right.
Get that
nay,
right.
nay, 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 nay.
Good. Do it again.
Nay, 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 nay.
One more time.
Nay, 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 nay.
All right. Good. Now show me what's going on with the song and the belting notes.
Okay, let's see. I got a couple I wrote down here. I'll start with this one called Never Leave You Alone. This is a song I had recorded Goes like this.
Do you want a key to start in? Do you want to use your guitar or?
No, I don't play this on my guitar. I wish I could. I need to
Well, I
learn.
mean,
I
but
have
you know
another one that I do. But
are you totally sure of the first note you want to sing?
Mm-hmm.
All right, go for it then.
It is, little children, you should know.
Mm-hmm.
There's a season you will grow, just like a seed in the darkness, growing up into the light. It will be alright. Some caution to the wind. See that wind, when I get to that, keep your heart strong within. Yeah, like that.
Okay, now those.
Caution to the wind. Like that.
Yeah, and then you go. Yeah, you're going from A to C. Okay, so the lower notes you're singing are traditionally called chest voice.
Okay.
And generally, I'll stay with that word most of the time. And chest voice is where we talk. So the majority of us, that's where we're comfortable singing. And the styles that we sing in are also, in the majority of the time, are in the chest voice. So that's one of the reasons that we don't have to usually spend a lot of time on that. We don't usually have as many questions about it. But this part here you were talking about, when it goes to there, yes, that's head voice. That is the range that we call head voice. And the simple reason that the Italians coined that phrase, head voice, was because they noticed when they were singing, especially for the girls, and with you as being a contralto, I'm going to take a look at just a second here. You may even be in your head voice at E, at this note right here, but you've got it pretty well developed, so we'll have to actually listen to it and have you try to feel some things.
Okay.
Then the head voice is this thing where there's a transition that's made in the voice box where the singer starts to feel that the voice is coming from a different place. Yeah, and that's why it's given a different name. Head voice can be stronger than chest voice. So some people's belief that head voice is woo, and that's all it ever is, that's incorrect. That's only one sound of the head voice.
Okay.
It's very similar to, like, if I said really low, that doesn't mean I'm in my head voice just because it's soft. Because I still feel, as a singer, I still feel the majority of the vibrations here, whereas if I go up on an E, I'm going to feel a lot of resonance here.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, and very little here. And that's the litmus test right there. So if someone says, oh, you're pulling chest, but you know that you can feel this in here, you can say, no, that's not true. I'm in my head voice. And of course, hopefully you just won't run into those conversations. But unfortunately, they come up whether we like it or not. But this is one of the things that I do with the producers too. Like some of the producers I work with, they're here all of the sessions that the artist takes from me. Like I've got Jim Seifert producing the client, and they come in twice a week, and Jim's here every time for the full hour.
Nice.
And, if he can't make it for whatever reason, then he reviews the recording. Not very many producers are willing to spend that much time, but he really wants to know everything that is going to happen before they get in the studio. And this is what I do for a living, is I bring as much as possible to facilitate that the singer and the producer are on the same page when they're tracking, so that you don't have the arguments, the confusions, the failed sessions, the pulled out hair, the gray hair. Did I get that from recording? No, I didn't get that. Oh, well, I got to use that one. So sing, let's take this line by line so it's a little easier to understand.
Okay.
Sing the first line for me again.
Little children, you should know.
Okay, so let's stop right there. Yeah, so you're coming in on a G. Now, when you say little children, you should know. This is advice that you're giving?
Yeah, it's like
Is that correct in the storyline?
Yes, yeah, it's like an upliftment song because it's about, never leaving someone alone.
Okay, so is it happiness that you want to be feeling right there?
Yes.
All right, so
with a smile.
Yeah, if you're smiling, smile. So this time, let's not think technique at all. Let's get the emotional voice going, because quite often the emotional voice fixes the technical voice. So go ahead, here's your first note, and just tell us, children, what you want us to know.
Little children, you should know.
Good, that was a lot better.
I felt it too.
Yeah, singing without emotion is what is one of those dumb old commercials? There was something about like a pie without apples or something. I can't remember. But anyway, singing without emotion just doesn't really cut it. We have to do it for rehearsal. I mean, that's a no-brainer. But if we know the song well enough that we can put emotion in there, then that's the first thing we should do. And this is another thing I train my artists to do, is go for the emotion first. Don't assume that you're going to have vocal problems.
Okay.
Go for it. Believe in it. And then if there's no problems, there's nothing to fix.
Awesome.
Okay, so one more time with lots of emotion.
Little children, you should know.
Okay, now, I am going to ask you to introvert a little bit at this point, and ask me where you feel. I'm going to have you do it again. But this time your mind is going to be on where do you feel your voice is resonating from.
Okay. Little children, you should know. Let me see. Little children, you should know. From here to here.
Okay.
Like I feel it starts off right here, and I feel it, the no up here.
Right, because you're, okay, good. That's a good, excellent explanation. So do that one more time with confidence. This time, don't think about it, just do it.
Little children, you should know.
Yeah. So most of what you're doing is right on the money.
Wow. Okay.
You're welcome. If you were in more of a training situation, you could probably strain a little less on the up to
on the no.
Yeah, for the no. There's still just a little bit of strain in your head voice.
There is. What note is that, by the way?
I'm sorry, who?
Well, I said, what note is that, by the way?
Oh, this one. This is A to C. So you start on G.
Okay.
Little children, you should know. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I don't have this melody right. Sing it again.
Little children, you should know.
Oh, okay, that's where it changed. Right. So, you should know is A-A-B.
Okay, so it ends on a B?
Yeah, and I would definitely expect that to be head voice, because the other two options are...
Okay.
You would either yell, like you were worried about maybe you were doing, and what that sounds like, let me put that in my registration. That G is going to be a, what for me? It's going to be a D. So if I translate key from what you're doing to where I would do it, I would sing it here. Little children, you should know. So right here, I would definitely be in my chest voice, and I would feel that.
Okay.
And I would also feel the transition. Oh, little children, you should know. There we go. Got to get it right. Little children, you should know. Now, there's 3 ways that can be done, and you're doing it the right way. The wrong way would be, and this is a stylistic thing. I'm not going to say it's wrong unless you wanted to style it this way.
Okay.
Little children, You should know. You hear people do that where they split. You should know. So that would be head voice 2. Little children, you should know.
Little children, you should
now you'd be in a different key. You'd be here. So this part would be in strong voice, and this would be in weak.
Little children, you should know.
Go to falsetto there is what people call it. You should know.
You should know.
Right. Right. That's what I asked you to do.
Okay. Little children, you should know.
Right. So I know you're
confident on that.
But no, you're not. It's not, and that's okay. You're not supposed to be. I'm just showing you the 3 different ways that can be done, and I'm also, giving information to everybody else here as well. So again, in my key, that's this is the wrong way. Little children, you should know. Even though if I was, maybe I'm a different style of singer, maybe I'm more of a Temptations kind of guy, and then I would sing the whole thing different. Little children, you should know. I would just change the whole feel of it. I might even do that in head voice. Little children, you should know. That's okay, but that's what I simply call a weak head voice. Because it's head voice, but it doesn't have a lot of power.
Mm-hmm.
The wrong one, the one that will hurt you and hurts all singers, and this is one of the reasons people are canceling tours for what I would call no reason. They would do it this way. Little children, you should know. They would yell to get the note.
Okay. I don't even think I
Little children, you should know.
Mm.
And that's very harmful on the voice. That's what some people call pulling chest.
Okay.
I'd simply just call it yelling.
Okay.
He's just, then everybody understands. The producer understands, the singer understands, I understand. It makes things very, very simple. So what you're doing, I call belted head voice. That's the way you're doing, and that's the right way. Belted head.
Okay. Belted head voice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so now you notice you're still run out of range a little bit when you hit the top. Yeah. When you hit that B right there, you get a little bit weak.
Yeah.
But that can be strengthened by using your head voice through exercises that strengthen head voice.
Okay, I figured that. Okay.
Then you could raise your, like you said, you have quite a bit of range because you can sing really low here.
Yeah, I can sing really low.
So that you already have an octave and a half of full voice. That's good. A lot of singers don't have that much full voice range, especially the women.
Okay.
And I mean full voice the right way, not the yelling way. Some people say, oh, I have an octave and a half, but half of that octave is all yelling. Okay. And most people don't like that sound. The audiences don't like that sound. There are gifted people whose voices can handle a lot of abuse, and they don't sound bad when it's happening. And it doesn't sound bad until they lose their voice. And unfortunately for them, this is where they get trapped into losing their voice on tour, because when they're yelling, they can do that in rehearsal once or twice or 3 times a week. And rehearsal has a lot of stops and starts, and everybody else is doing different things, and so you're not singing the whole thing like a set, right? And then maybe you do 2 shows a month. Well, again, if you're yelling, that's not really going to catch up with you. As long as the audience likes it, most people are going to call no foul. But here's the problem. Over time, if you use yelling as for your high voice, then you will get a concert tour, and you'll be singing a couple of times, a couple of shows a week, you hope, at least 3, so you can pay for your travel time. And you're still going to have radio. I'm getting a girl ready right now who's, she says, I know I'm going to have all these radio interviews, and she says, I know this is something I've never been into before. Get me ready. Well, in a way, that's what I'm always doing, is getting you ready for those things, so that when you go on, you get signed and you're famous, and all of a sudden everybody can't get enough of you, that you don't have to cancel your shows, and that you can do more shows than your competitors. Some of my celebrities, their biggest compliment to me was, I can do more shows a week than I used to ever do. Wow, yeah, I'd love to be there. Yeah, and so this is what I do. I do a lot of different things, as you can see. I do voice therapy if that's what's needed. I do range extension if that's what's needed. I focus on emotion. You saw it when that was needed. And when you're singing emotionally, you shouldn't be aware of your chest voice or your head voice. Not aware of either or. Okay. Yeah, you should just be aware of the story. Like when I put your mind there and you said, "Hey, little children, you should know." Your voice did exactly what it should do. You didn't have to tell it. You didn't have to tell it what to do. Yeah, I've come to learn that half of it is in my head. Me just getting past what I think and just doing what I feel. Right. Right. Half of it is just in my head, because like you said, once you told me to go right there, I went right there. So now in the future, I'm always going to do that. Yeah, yeah. So it's going to flow with the rest of the song, so it works. Whether it's me or your producer or whoever, it doesn't hurt. And let me give you a little advice about asking people what they think when you sing something. Don't ever ask that question that way. Don't ever ask anybody, what do you think about how I just sang that? Never ask that question. Ask, what did you feel when I sang it that way? Ah, makes sense. Makes sense. Gotcha. The information you'll get back will be a lot more useful. A lot more useful and enlightening. Absolutely, absolutely. And so that's great. Yeah, and the beauty of this is that when you ask most people what do they think, they automatically try to become a voice teacher. They assume that you want some kind of technical information, I mean, what else would you be asking for, right? I mean, am I on pitch? Am I sharp? I mean, and you're putting them in a position that they don't know. And so they want to be a good person, a good friend, and so they try to answer the question. But the unfortunate is they don't really have any way of knowing how to do that. Mm-hmm. So the information they give, as sweethearted as it is wrong most of the time, and you're not going to be able to interpret it well, and it's really going to be a failure, as you've probably already had in the past. But when you ask a person what they feel like, what it feels like, they're all experts at that. You don't need anybody with training for that. That's true. And you could even sing it, say, 3 or 4 different ways, and ask them how they feel each way, each time you sing it. And then that can help you decide, is what I'm feeling coming across to them the way I want it? The way I want it. Okay, got you. Because, you might say, how does it feel? And they might go, well, I really thought you were really happy there, and you said, well, wait a minute. The lyrics I just said were you left me, and I feel awful. Those are the lyrics. And they're telling, yeah, I felt really happy for you. Then you probably know that there's some disconnect there. Hi, Ben. Could you mute your mic, please? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Anyway, I lost where I was. So what was I saying, Usheda? I'm sorry, he threw me off too. Oh, all right. Well, actually, unless you've got another question, why don't we open it up to the... I actually do, if I can. Sure. No, this is your time. It's you and me right now, babe. Excellent. So I have this other song that's the opposite of what we just did. Oh, okay. That is very low. And I'd like to run that by and tell me how you feel about this one. I like it. I'm getting there. No kidding. You're quick. You are quick. So let's see. This is really low.
Left my boots somewhere in
Oh,
California.
wow, that is low. I love it.
Lost my band in New Orleans.
Okay.
Got in a fight in San Antonio. All of the chains for that kiss you blew to me. But yeah, that starts off really, really low, and it's like I feel it at the bottom of my belly.
Oh, I can imagine.
Yeah, like I feel that at the bottom.
Okay, so, all right. So to help both of us out, take one phrase at a time. This is,
Okay.
by the way, engineers and producers, I'm not recommending that things be recorded this way. This is strictly rehearsal. One time a fellow thought I was recommending that you record line by line. No, I don't recommend that at all. I'm 100% for recording the whole song. And then what I do for you, Usheda, let's say you did 80% of the whole song, great. So they don't want you to do it again. But there's 20% that they do want to do some possible punch-ins. So you also need the skill to be able to come into the story as if you'd started from the beginning, even if you're at the end.
That's very true, because that's honestly how I record, where we just go through the whole thing, whether it's just the whole thing or just, the verses, and then we hit the hook and then we hit the bridges. And that's true. That's something that is very important, being able to come into the middle of that, even if it's like it's a word, just coming into it with the same emotion and the same feeling. Oh man, that is so true.
Yeah, because the engineers can. I mean, if there's some dynamic changes, they can help. They can take care of that, but they can't put the emotion in there. As a lot of producers I've talked to keep telling me, Brad, we're so happy you're here because there's no such thing as an emotional app. We can't buy one.
Maybe you should design one. There you go.
Yeah. Oh, that would be good, wouldn't it? Wow. Can you imagine how much memory that would take? It'd be artificial intelligence.
That's true.
Anyway, yeah, I do have nightmares, though, about, people singing into a mic and sounding like Elvis,
Oh, my God.
Exactly. You can't tell the difference between the singer now, like the guitar modelers do, you're playing an acoustic guitar and it sounds like a Telecaster, it's pretty bizarre. Anyway, all right, so let's sing that low part again.
Okay. Left my boots somewhere in California.
Yeah, stop right there. Left my... Okay, so you're starting on a low F. And what's interesting for you is you have you're very much a natural contralto from what I can tell, because not only are you low, it doesn't sound low. It sounds comfortable for you. I have altos and sopranos who can sing that low, but it doesn't sound comfortable. You, on the other hand, sounds very comfortable. So I would categorize you, and I'm not categorizing you like I would in a choir. That's a whole different ballgame. I would categorize your voice as a contralto the same way I would look at a saxophone and say that's a bass sax.
Okay.
I'm saying this is what Mother Nature gave you, is the contralto voice. Okay, one more time.
Left my boots somewhere in California.
Okay, so you're just starting the story off, and you're telling us where you left your boots. How intense in this song emotionally is that line?
Well, this is one of those songs. How intense emotionally is that line? That's a good question. I haven't even thought about that. Because when I sing it, I'm singing the whole song. So the song is about wanting to be there with someone, but they can't because they're always on the road.
Okay, so it's frustrating?
Yeah. So it's like frustrating because I left my boots in California, and then the next line is lost my band in New Orleans.
Okay, good. I want to hear that again from the beginning now. With that, tell me that story.
Okay. Left my boots somewhere in California. Lost my band in New Orleans.
Good. I want you to go deeper this time.
Deeper? Okay.
feel some frustration.
Okay.
You are you pissed at this point?
No, I'm not pissed.
Not pissed. It's.
I'm aggravated.
Aggravated. Okay. All right. So if I tell you to get too irritated, you tell me no. That's wrong.
Okay.
No, that's part of our relationship. Your opinion is paramount here. I'm not telling you how to sing it. I'm just trying to help you sing it the way you want to sing it.
The way I want to sing it. Okay. Got you. So yeah, it's like I'm just frustrated at this point because I left my boots, I lost my band, I got in a fight, and it's all on, it's all because I'm chasing this time that I want to spend, but it's like I'm on the road, it's like all because the last line before the hook is all on the chase for that kiss that you gave to me, for that kiss that you blew to me. I'm sorry.
What does that mean?
All on the chase for that kiss that you blew to me.
Oh, blew to me. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I heard. I was thinking, for some reason I translated the word blue to the color. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
A blue kiss. Okay, what is that? There's right? Slang all the time. Well, I don't know. New slang comes in here every day. Okay. All right. So let's do it again. There you go.
Left my boots somewhere in California.
Okay, good.
Lost my band in New Orleans.
Okay, now when you work with a microphone, do you keep your mouth directed at the microphone?
I do. I don't move.
All right, so right here you feel free to move. That's okay.
Yeah, I feel free to move, but normally when I'm in the microphone, like if I'm in the studio, I have this thing where if I hold my earphones for some reason, everything just comes out right. But if I'm behind the mic, I may grab it and kind of,
Okay.
But I don't move from the mic. Right now I'm just being free, so.
All right, good. As long as you know.
I would just.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If you don't need that training, you don't need that training. I was just finding.
Good question. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
So what would you like for me to do? Do it again?
Yeah, and keep going this time.
Okay. Lost my boots somewhere in California. I'm sorry, I done messed the lyrics up. I'm thinking too far ahead. Okay. Left my boots somewhere in California. Lost my band in New Orleans. Got in a fight in San Antonio. All on the chase for that kiss you blew to me.
All right, now what's the emotion you want on that last phrase?
All on the chase for that kiss you blew to me.
Thank you.
Like something I want again. As I want it to happen again. I'm looking for that kiss that flew through the air off the lips of that person that landed right on my cheek. I want that.
Okay. See, I didn't feel that until I asked you what you wanted me to feel. So that was that was good. So again, learn to separate rehearsal from performance, but perform whenever you're sure you know what you're going to be doing. And right now you're sure. I mean, I haven't asked you to change anything, right? So
no.
Sing that line all by itself with all the passion you want it to have.
Although the chase for that kiss you blew to me.
Okay, good. So what's your question about all that?
The low. Because it's really low. It's lower than what I normally sing, even though I am comfortable with it. If I'm on the right key, if it sounds comfortable coming out of my mouth, because I know where it's coming from.
Yeah, I would say yes. There was one little thing that I noticed is that I kept giving you the key you first started in, and you kept kind of sneaking up higher.
I do that. That's something that I am working on, because sometimes I will do that.
And that can.
What's funny is if I hear the music playing, or if I hear the guitar or the keyboard, I will be right on key.
Right. No, that's normal. Learning to sing a cappella is a skill all by itself.
Yeah.
But sometimes I've noticed, because I do enough online work, in other words, I mean, Skype and
Mhm.
Google Hangouts with clients, I've noticed sometimes when their voice doesn't want to hit the note, they'll start singing out of key.
Mm.
And so that was the only question I had was, are you more comfortable here or are you more comfortable here? Because when I gave you this note, you tended to play this. So sing. Go ahead and sing that note.
Don't
Now sing it here. All right. So literally sing it from here.
Left my boots somewhere in California.
If as long as the music is quiet enough there, which it should be, in other words, as long as your band isn't fighting you.
Yeah, no, it's quiet on that part in the beginning.
Comfortable there.
Okay. And that's a little higher than what I was originally doing?
No, that's. I think that's originally where you started.
Oh, okay, got you.
Yeah, no, so I don't sense any discomfort. My mind tends to play the devil's advocate a lot, and so that's why I asked that question. The only time that you might not feel comfortable that low is if if the band was too loud or if the mix was too loud in your headphones or something like that.
Correct.
And then what would happen is your brain would say, I'm not loud enough. This would happen at an instinctive level. Your brain would say, I'm not loud enough, and so you'd automatically start just to try to sound louder, and at that low of a note, you'd probably start distorting and ruining the color of it.
Yeah, that's true.
Wouldn't be conscious. So I'd say it's right on as long as everything being equal. I like it that low.
Okay, awesome. Because I have another song that's low like that. That's like rolling down this lonely highway, trying to get back to my way. I don't know which year, something like that, Yeah,
you sound more comfortable than some tenors. I'm just kidding, because some tenors just aren't comfortable ever. But no, your voice almost translates to the tenor key. The only woman's voice I'm aware of that sounds more comfortable than you do that low is Anne Murray.
Wow.
So do that one more time.
Rolling down this lonely highway.
Yeah, it sounds
good. Get back to my way.
So here's the ultimate question now. How do you feel?
I guess I got to get used to the fact that it sounds like a man.
That can be, I've had that experience too with more with women than men. Men will say, "Oh, I sound like a girl. I don't want to do that." And then women will have the same issue. You're like, "I sound like a man." So, but here's something to remind you of. I lived in this era. I was more on the late side of it. Being like 17 and 60 in like 69. There was a whole movement called unisex, and it's still going on, but I don't think it's as clear in your minds as it was in our minds that we were trying to say it doesn't matter whether you're a man or a woman, you're a human being.
Aha.
And just because you can sing as low as a man does not make you in any way masculine or a man. And vice versa, men singing very comfortably in women's ranges, it's the same thing. They feel very comfortable. They don't feel that they're effeminate just because they're singing high. But there are still some people that hang on to that. And it is integrated still in our society. So if you feel that expresses your emotions max, then I would write that off. About the masculinity part. I would just write it off. It doesn't matter.
Then it's gone.
Yeah. And you know, Tina Turner sang really low like that. And
Yeah, I like to sing her songs. Yes, she did.
I'll bet. You know, I'll bet she had a very, very good range, and she had a very powerful head voice. And probably,
Oh,
you know, shouldn't be saying had. She's, as far as I know, she's still performing. In fact, she has a Facebook page. I think she lives in Germany for whatever reason now.
Yeah, she is dynamic.
Yeah, so
Awesome.
definitely don't want to be using the word had. Okay, let's open it up for questions. Matt, do you want to get back in and host, or?
Well, first, welcome, Kenzie.
Hi, Kenzie. Good to see you. I'll see you again tonight.
Bye.
She lives there. You got your like your teddy bear and everything there. I'm kidding.
14 years old. Let's see who else came in. Ben came in. Hey, Ben, welcome.
Yeah, welcome, Ben.
He's got to teach me how to make pho. I'm going out to buy the ingredients today. He made homemade pho the other day, and I was really tripping out.
So we're both going out somewhere today.
Okay.
Wow.
Let's see who else came in. Bill Kamek came in. Hey, Bill. And let's see. That's it all I see right now. Womack. Am I saying it right, bro? Because I know I'll be butchering some of these names. Okay, for me, Usheda,
Yeah.
here's what I thought. I was like, okay, she sounds like a dude. This would be dope. You
Yep.
put on an outfit, dress like a man, and you go out into the crowd and sing to a woman and make that woman swoon because she'll be like, oh my God, he's singing to me. I get the attention. And then you take the outfit off and let them know that you are this beautiful, sexy woman, and then you sing to the guys.
I would so do that. That's like so dramatic. People would love that.
Yes, mess everybody's head up. It's entertainment.
That's funny. That's so true. But you know what's funny? I just watched Bessie Smith movie, and that's what Ma Rainey did. She got up on the stage with her suit on and her hat and her cane, and she was singing like she was a man.
I am dying to see that with Queen Latifah.
Oh, you have to see it. It's great.
I have not seen that yet, but if she did that, see, that's awesome. Yeah, if you, because you know, part of this stuff is entertainment. And
Exactly.
if you entertain and you put people on the spot like that, you've now involved the audience,
Correct.
and they'll be so caught up into what you're doing. I mean, that's like it's like breaking the ice. Like when somebody tells a joke to break the ice or whatever, that opening thing, or if you do that right there and you throw everybody off by doing those two things, I mean, you've got them. All you have to do from there is lose them. You know,
which won't happen.
they're ready for anything from you. So before I ask I had a question or two I typed up. So is there anybody who has a question for Brad or Usheda?
I do. My thing is more of a statement. That certain vocal styles, like the first song she was singing was a Caribbean song.
Yeah, a reggae
The second
song,
style that she was singing was
Wait.
a country style, and I
Correct.
just find that certain styles lend to bad habits. Like in the reggae style, they do a lot of breaks in the voice. Like, what was the first one you did? Like you hear Bob,
the little children, you should know.
you know, on the "You Should Know" that, you know, they do a lot of breaks in their voices. So being that she's singing a couple of different styles.
Oh yeah, I should have said that.
Yeah, you know what I mean? That's just my opinion that certain vocal styles require different techniques. Am I correct in saying that?
Oh yeah.
When you listen to Bob Marley, you know, he does a lot of breaks. Feel like, you know, they do a lot of breaks in their voices.
Yeah.
Where country singers kind of do it too. So I was just wondering if like in the R&B style, country style, reggae style, do they require different techniques, being that she is switching styles during her show? How should she go about maintaining the voice, switching those styles?
Thank you for asking that question.
There you go. Okay.
Sorry.
Well, again, that would be more of us working together on a regular basis, where I get to know a lot more about her. And let me move this a little bit. I get to know a lot more about her and how she does things. And there are genres that are in their very nature bad for the voice. But the styles that you've mentioned, only the old country, where their vowels were really were so broad and everything was yelled.
Yes.
But now you've got people like Rascal Flatts and Carrie Underwood, and they both have the ability to use belted head voice at the same time. But basically, the rule of thumb is, if you yell, and I can show you this on a dB meter, you will add at least 20% more strain to your voice. And you could add 40%. It all depends on the situation. And so where I've actually done demonstrations, it's I'll do one here. Unfortunately, I have not found that you guys can see this, so you're gonna have to take my word for it. But I'm looking at a sound. It's actually called they call it a sound pressure, I believe, but I think it's actually a dB, digital sound level. So so sound level is the term they use, just to make sure that everybody knows what I'm looking at here. And I will go ahead and point it away from me just so I can look at the meter. And let's say I took an F sharp, which is a range that the man would yell quite often in. And I said, well, here's a song that I like that's easy to demonstrate this. If I say, welcome to your life, I went to about, let me do that one more time. Welcome to your life. The maximum on that was 89. Now, if I didn't have my good technique and I yelled it, hold on, why are you going dead on me? Don't do that in the middle of a demonstration. Hold on, guys, I got to change the batteries. And of course, it's a 9, which I don't know where I have one.
Brad, is that one of those songs while you're adjusting that you could do the belted voice or go into a falsetto kind of head voice thing too on the 2?
Yeah, actually, I can do all of them.
Like the to your life.
I'm sorry, guys.
Either one,
Yeah,
2 or 2.
Yeah, sure.
2. That's my natural. The falsetto's 2.
Yeah.
2. To your life, to your life.
I'll tell you what, if I can't get a battery in 3 minutes, we'll move on. But hold on.
Joe, I'm glad you had mentioned that question, because that was the reason why I chose to do those songs, that reggae one starting and then the other country song.
I mean, I'm no vocal coach, but I just find that a lot of singers have a problem switching from the kind of chest voice or natural voice to and in saving on their voice, learning how to switch into the falsetto on certain notes. To your life, and then coming back down to the natural. It kind of saves on the voice, if I'm not mistaken. To learn to make on some of those vowels to go into a belted head voice falsetto type of thing. Like, you do it naturally 3-4 shows a week. To your life. See how this what Brad was demonstrating, how my volume and everything went up by a percentage. But if I'm doing head voice and I'm like want to conserve my voice, I would go to welcome to your life. See, I'm not straining now.
Correct. Yeah, I hear you. Hey, Matt, are you there?
No, Usheda, I'm not.
So I wanted to that what you wrote in the chat. You said I sound sad, like I'm about to cry or in stress mode when I sing that line, "Little children, you should know." Do you think that do you feel that that's because of the melody that I chose for that line starting off the song?
No, it was the stress in your voice. Like it was like you were saying, "Oh no, don't do that. What's wrong with you? You're gonna die." That type of sound.
OMG.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, nothing to do with the melody. And then Brad had pointed out that there was, I forget how he said it or what he said, but you were actually stress. He said if you were to stress less in your actual the way you were singing.
Yes.
But it was that type of thing. Like if I were to see like if she was about to run out in front of a car and I was Kenzie, there's a stress in my voice. Has nothing. The melody would maybe go up because of concern or whatever, but barring the melody, the way I stress, the way my body tensed up, that type of thing.
Okay.
Like kind of and certain songs kind of require a certain tension. Like Brad was saying, certain genres lend to bad habits. You know, I was saying that earlier today. To me, it's just kind of learning sometimes to get into the head voice. Everything doesn't have to be belted. Nobody's gonna notice that the 2 was in falsetto. If you come back live, they're not gonna know it's 2. As long as you come back,
That's
you're
true.
live. You see what I mean? They're not even gonna, but you just saved on your voice. That's just my opinion. You know, you start off, welcome to.
Gotcha.
You're not gonna strain. I go to your, but that sounds terrible.
Welcome to your life.
Yes, how easy it is. To your life.
Welcome to your life.
Okay, someone has feedback. Does anybody have a YouTube channel open where they're watching this also? Joe, do you? It's either you or Usheda possibly have YouTube open where you.
No, I don't have anything. Just this is open. Everything's closed.
Well, it's fine now. It might have been Joe. He just muted up. When I listen to a singer, just skip me knowing anything about music. I honestly, the payoff notes, the so-called payoff notes, where singers go high, I can love that, right? But all I'm really wanting is to feel some stuff. Like guys will come in deep like Barry White and sing and make, I've seen women just lose it. It's really just whatever you're doing, making us feel it, giving us that experience. But I'll have like singers will come in, like Loverboy. Brad has worked with one of our artists, Loverboy, and he automatically goes to this high pitched stuff, and thinking that that's it, and it's not. It's the communication, the making me feel something. That's it, and then everything else after that is just a tool. It's like when I don't know if it was you or Joe were singing "Welcome to Your Life," and maybe it was Brad. I don't know, whoever it was singing it. And there's like, as I'm listening, there's like every now and then there's this thing of I get caught up into it just for that long, and at that I couldn't care if that's high pitched or low pitched or anything like that. I'm just caught up in it. It's like
exactly.
It's like if somebody walks in. I liken it to something like this. Okay, so I walk in and I slap you with my backhand. I walk in, I slap you with my palm. If I slap the mess out of you, I just slap the mess out of you. It's not a matter of if I take this Dave Pensado book and slap her, it'll feel different, but I just slap the mess out of her. And that's what it is. So if you come in and you simply, and I feel it, I walk away, when I have never walked away from a concert and been like, oh man, Barry White only hit low notes. He only made me feel it on low notes or anything like that. I walked away really feeling something.
Well, it's like it's adding color, like just working with the line Brad gave us. Some singers will come and say welcome, right, instead of you hit it welcome, instead of your welcome to your life, that just adds that extra color to it. Just those little itsy bitsy things draw the audience in.
Yes.
Instead of singing straight, welcome to your life. Who wants to hear that? I want to hear welcome to your life.
You know what? Those little nuances, when I start mixing and bringing stuff out, I can really, bring those little nuances out. And just so you know, you sound like you might be able to do a great Elmer Fudd and Barry Gibb. just letting you know. Just letting you know.
Ooh, you talking about me, Mark? I don't know. I never tried it. I never tried the Elmer Fudd before. But it's true. Listen, when I was younger, I would do things like that. I would just play with my voice, so you could have those little welcome, add some color to it. Your life instead of your life. You know, add those little things in there.
Yeah, because some of it sounds like you're throwing your voice at us, like I'm doing now, projecting my voice, and some is the intimate.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's and if I may come back. did you guys did you guys finish that conversation?
Yes, and Rick, welcome. Rick just stepped in too.
Hey, Rick. And one thing I wanted, this may be out of context. Hey, Rick, good to see you, man.
Good to see you.
Do you ever go to your Google Plus page?
Who?
Rick.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay. I think I've asked you to join my page, but I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. I'll make sure I do that now. Sometimes, you know, I've been in mix like crazy right now zone, but I'll do that. I'll make sure. I'll go on.
You know that's more important. That mixing you're doing is way more important. But, you know, I don't always get a chance to talk to you.
Rick be slacking on his multimedia.
Yeah. What are you doing? But listen, if I'm not out of place on what Joe was saying, because I didn't hear the whole conversation, everything he said is right. The only thing I want to add to that, if it didn't get added, is that those sounds should come strictly from emotions. Should never be manipulated. So if you're not feeling welcome, if you're not feeling that, don't put it in there. You know, make sure it's coming from internal. That it's your, that it's your idea, it's your feeling, it's your emotion, and that's the reason that you're doing that, and for no other reason, because an audience can smell a manipulated artist. I used to be one. I would on purpose and stuff like that, and I realized it really wasn't having the effect I thought it was having. So I did an awful lot of experimenting. Anyway, so I've got the meter here again. That battery thing was a trip. All right, so all I was using that little melody for was, and I'm going to show you something else, Joe, that I think you brought up, and you engineers will have a lot of fun with this one. Okay, so if I use belted head voice, and I'm not thinking style right now or emotion, and I sing, where was it? Welcome to your... That damn thing just went dead again. Welcome. Yeah. You know, I think I have a completely bad package of batteries. Every one of these read under 5 volts, and I thought, well, that can't be right. But it's right. Anyway, let me tell you what's going to happen. So,
Brad, you know there's an app you can get for your phone, right?
Oh, sound pressure level meter?
Yeah, for your phone. You can download, some of them are free, an SPL app on your smartphone.
Right, let me do that. That should only take a second.
I learned that after I bought...
Have you bought one?
Bought several things. Then I went in, and then somebody who I'm supposed to be way smarter than, and older, little person came and said, "How come you don't just get the app?" Like, oh,
Mom.
Sound, that's interesting. I'm getting
SPL meter or sound, yeah, just SPL meter.
Let me try that.
Now, any of you guys who have questions, once Brad does the SPL thing, if you have any statements, Ben usually has 1 or 2 at least.
Oh, here we go. Do you like the real SPL meter or just the SPL meter?
If they're both free, I'd download them both and try them out. I don't.
All right. And that's 99 cents. So let's go back and see.
I'll be able to afford that now. Come on.
Then I have to. Yeah, I'll just buy it.
But no, there should be a free one though. There should be. A free
all right. So let me reach.
And Rick, have you started Busta Rhymes stuff yet?
Yeah, we started. It's been interesting.
It's been interesting.
He's got some really incredible collaborations going on right now.
I was just showing Kenzie a Busta Rhymes video and how crazy he gets on some of those. I was just looking at her face while she was watching it. African, all the African stuff, you know, all kinds of stuff.
My goodness, yeah, I remember everything was loud and proud. Yeah, he had some of the most craziest outfits ever. Little Parliament Funkadelic style.
There you go.
Let's see. Did anybody have any questions?
I do.
Who's that?
That would be me, James.
Oh, James, what was your question?
I had a question for Brad.
Go ahead.
So
I think I can multitask here. Go ahead.
Okay. So when you have a singer who is yelling and you want them to instead be going into a belted head voice, how do you approach it? What do you talk to them in terms of, I guess, kinesthetic awareness, or just what's your approach to getting them to teaching them how to recognize when they're yelling as opposed to when they're doing something that won't be so hard on their voice?
Let's see, hold on a sec. A lot of what I do. Why did this thing do this to me? Why did I make that choice? You know what, guys? I don't think I can handle both questions at the same time. Go ahead and ask somebody else a question for a second. Because I've gotten on a page. I don't think I know how it works. Let's see.
How about you, Rick?
Do I have any questions?
No. Do you have an answer for him?
Well, I mean, generally, it comes down to breath control, man. Breathing is like, I think, 90% of singing. And if you're trying to get into that head space, and a lot of people don't even know that your voice is two registers, you know what I'm saying? And I've seen singers burn out their voice just from, you know, just not knowing how to get to that falsetto or that head, you know, playing that space so it sounds natural, sounds real. And so what was your general, that was Matt that asked the question, right?
James.
James, what was your general, what just kind of regroup on what was going, what you were hearing?
It was a pretty broad question, but more when you're working with another singer, I was curious as to what your approach is in how to help someone else come to recognize the difference between yelling and moving up into that head voice, or moving into a register that isn't going to be so hard on their voice.
Well, generally, that's, like I said, it comes down to your breathing. You know what I'm saying? Most people breathe in your chest, and that's not, you know, moving your chest up and down doesn't help you breathe. It's all in your abdomen. And most people, if they get their breathing right, generally they'll fall into the natural place where they need to be. You know, when people start getting into this yelling, screaming, whatever, like upper chest area, the sound itself resonates. It basically starts down below. It starts from your diaphragm and works its way up, and air just passes through. You force that air through, that's when you start to get all that. And you just, by teaching people how to breathe, I usually show by example, like everybody else. I sing a little bit, not enough to be anybody, but, you know, by showing breathing techniques, showing different things, that usually helps them, like giving them breathing exercise. Like when I work with a singer the first time, and I've helped a lot of singers, like, develop their singing voice, like find their voice, and generally it's just really bad habits, really bad, you know, breathing, really bad, just not being able to connect emotion to the physical aspect of singing. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, sometimes I tell people when, you know, they're running out of, like, I can't get this feeling. I said, well, you know, stop acting like you're performing the song. You know what I'm saying? Live the song. Be in that experience. Because a lot of people sing in front of that microphone and they think they're in Madison Square Garden or at Shea Stadium and they're performing for 1,000 people. And they don't realize I'm in my car. I'm not seeing that physical, like, interaction. I'm just listening to your voice. So put your mind in that situation. Put your heart in that situation that you're singing about. If you're singing about a girl that hurt you, think about a girl that hurt you. And you'll find that performance will change. And half the problems you're having is, you know, there's a difference between people that know how to sing and know the techniques and know how to bring the magic. And there's a difference between people that can feel the emotion, feel like early Mary J. Blige. If you listen to her early songs, she's not in any key. She's in between keys. But she had so much flavor, you didn't care. You know what I'm saying? She had so much emotion, and it was relating to everyone. So,
but then she had to find a way to how to place it so she could have a long career, breath, pressure, and placement.
But that takes time. As she developed as a singer, you know, she became, you know, we just did a song with her a few months ago. Her and Busta is coming on the album. It's an incredible record. And, you know, I was just like floored because she was hitting and doing things. Not only did she have that emotion to the 10th power, but her technique caught up with the emotion. So now she's who she is. You know what I'm saying? At some point, as long as the two connect, you'll always make magic. You know, I was blessed to work with Whitney Houston when she was 100%. And, you know, it was unbelievable to see that person that understood emotion and had talent. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, it was mind-blowing, you know. It was just like, I can't believe I'm hearing this. Because you hear this on records, and you finally get a chance to work with that artist and to see that they really have that magic in them. It's unbelievable. So getting back to your question, the most important thing when you have someone that starts screaming on a record and it's not what it needs to be, then you need to say, hey, let's re-engineering how you're singing, how you're creating that sound. And generally, once you fix that and they start to align their bodies the proper way to get a sound out, yeah, I have those problems go away.
See, now you spoke about the breathing, and like I've heard Brad talk about, you know, before this even, and other people talk about feeling it in their body, where they feel it in their body, and like I've watched singers, and when you talk about their breathing, I'll see singers get stressed out, and you can tell by their breathing, and things change. But I've never made this connection where breathing and head voice, like it's like there's something else that I see, like when I see Brad as talking to singers, it's you. Well, you explain how you do it, Brad. I can't put your stuff in.
Well, yeah, and that's cool, and Rick actually is right on in one respect, and I actually, you guys saw it earlier, Rick, if you want to go back and watch some of the beginning of this when I was working with Usheda, when I asked her, you know, when she was just singing, and things, you know, didn't sound really great. I mean, she doesn't have any serious problems like this question we were asked, but when she attached her emotions, everything changed in her singing, everything. Her laryngeal position, her, you know, like you said, you're singing from, the air was coming more from underneath, and the balance between the air that was coming from the lungs and the chords where they adduct was much more balanced. In other words, asking her to sing it more emotionally actually changed a lot of technical problems that we could have spent 4 months working on. So it really does work well to go right into the emotions, especially if you're already tracking. The other, if you're not tracking yet, or if you want to put tracking off for a while, then someone like me would work with your singer and help them. The other trick is it only seems to be one particular word, and this would be probably difficult for you to find without training, is that sometimes it's the actual vowel shape itself that causes the yelling. And if the vowel shape can be changed, and sometimes this happens through the emotion, if the vowel shape can be changed quickly enough without it taking the singer too introverted so they can't get emotion out anymore, quite often you'll find that that'll take a lot of pressure off their voice too. But yeah, your question is what I do for a living. It's some people make big changes in 1 or 2 sessions. Some people it takes 6 months. As Rick mentioned, sometimes it's the bad habits. Is my mic on?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I noticed it wasn't switching anymore.
So Brad, if I have a singer and they're wanting to say something really loud and they're used to actually screaming, what do I do to get them to belt instead?
Well, that's what you've been seeing me do with actually it hasn't been too hard with Kinsey, but that's part of what I've been doing with Kinsey is building up her head voice so she wants to use it. The problem is most singers want to yell because when they hear somebody like Whitney Houston, they hear all that power, their first assumption is that she's getting it by yelling. And so they turn on their records and they yell along with Whitney and they think someday they're going to be better. I got caught up in that trap. And breathing is where all singing starts. If you don't have any air in your lungs, you can't sing. So you've got to have air in your lungs, and then you've got to blow that air. But you've also got to consider what's going on in the voice box, and that's where things get really complicated. And each individual person's solution, I have to figure it out on the fly. But what Rick said, I've learned from other producers. I've seen the same thing where sometimes I'll look at this person and say, you know what, I'm noticing they're not really feeling the music. So let me talk to them about what is it they're trying to sing and what is it they're trying to say. And as soon as we do that, and then all of a sudden they go to the emotion, the yelling, if it doesn't stop, at least it quiets down. And the other thing to check is make sure in their head voice, in their headphones, that they're not being overwhelmed by the music.
Okay, then what's the difference between yelling and belting?
Okay, this is what I was just going to show you on this meter. and I finally got it. Yeah. It's okay, so let me see here. And I'm also really going to blow your engineers' minds here because I'm going to do another demonstration that you guys aren't even asking, but it's a pretty weird thing that I figured out on my own through a lot of recording. Okay, so let's go back to that same song, and I was saying this is the right way to do this F sharp for a man is using belted head voice. Welcome to your life. I'm going to have to change this meter. Settings are only between 10s. Okay. Welcome to your life. Okay, so the way this thing reads is like a dB meter. So I was at 3 below 0. So you got 13, 10, 5, 3, 2, 1, 0. And I was at 3 on the max there. Now, if I yell, which is what I actually used to do, the meter will change immensely. And so this time I'm going to yell, welcome to your life, plus 3. Plus you guys probably heard distortion because I don't on my mic here, on my system here, I have no compression because when I'm coaching people, I don't want to have them hearing themselves compressed because when they're compressed, they'll yell even louder. Now here's another one. This one will blow your mind. The hooted sound, or the sometimes people call falsetto, will also do quite a bit to the meter. So as Joe was saying, you can do it the other way where you split it from chest voice to what people call falsetto, and the meter will do something surprising. I will sing, welcome to, and I still went up to like 3 and 2, even though your ears said 2 is not very loud. The SPL meter said it is equally as loud as welcome to your, actually it was louder than that. Welcome to, yeah, in full voice. I had to go to that intensity to match to on the meter. And then the yelling, the reason I was saying that the yelling is so hard on the voice is because going up to +2 and 3, you know, I'm not sure what the percentage is. I like that other meter better because it read it out in dB instead of this. I got a VU meter rather than an actual digital outlay, so I'll look at that later. But the point is that when we yell, we blow a lot of wasted energy.
I call it.
Part of what I did there was changing the vowel, Joe. When I yelled, I said "to." Welcome to. So I didn't say "to." I said "to." And when people yell, a lot of times that's what you'll hear. You won't hear "to." You'll hear some kind of a modification of the vowel. And that's that's the way I know people are yelling on recordings, because you guys compress them, and so I can't hear the decibel change that I hear here in my studio all the time. But I can hear the fact that the vowels went, like Katy Perry goes, "fa," and when she does that, she actually yells. But when she says on the same note, she doesn't yell, and so I don't hear the compression kick in.
James Thatcher, did we even come close to answering your question? And don't hesitate to say no if we didn't, bro, because we might get sidetracked sometimes.
I think you probably answered a lot of the parts of the question I didn't know I was asking.
Way over.
No, that's very good, because what I found really interesting about this was your approach to communication. How do you communicate to the artist to help them understand where that difference is, so that they understand what they're feeling? Because especially a lot of beginning artists, you start with them, they don't understand when you tell them, "We'll sing in your head voice." So I was interested in, how do you adapt your communication to, how do you communicate the idea of this is what you need to do without having to use technical terms that they won't understand?
Well, what we do, and we find it about 100 times more effective than what we've seen a lot of other voice teachers do. We use what's called cause and effect exercises. So, for instance, and this will, sometimes make people laugh. I'll notice that in their natural singing with the E vowel, they have no problem belting head voice. So, I'll have them sing "Welcome tea." I could change the word to tea. And once they've felt what belted head voice feels like, then we can start to slowly, with a lot of different manipulations, bring them back to "two." But it's a process. But if you just tell somebody, "Oh, go to your head voice," 99% of the singers in the recording industry will give you "two." That's what they'll give you. They don't understand belted head voice. A lot of the singers that come out of black gospel churches don't know that they do it, but they do. A lot of them do use belted head voice. And like Rick was saying, we believe, those of us who've researched it from the whites' perspective, the technical perspective, is that because they sing with so much emotion, they tend to do things more correctly. And white people, like he was saying, they get up to the mic and they think they've got to belt across the hall, and they think they're in white church, and they think they've got to be all stiff and rigid and all perfect, and all those things tighten them up. Even the high school choirs, and elementary school choirs tense them up. They tell them they have to stand so rigid, so close to each other, and nobody can move. And it's very difficult to take a person that's so tense inside and help them do something that actually is natural for the body to do. So by learning about the person, we find various kinds of exercises. Lip roll might be one. I might have them go, and then they say, "Oh, that's what it feels like. That's what belted head voice feels like." But the reason that I've decided to call myself a vocal pre-producer is so that I can help your singers get what you need from them. And then between the three of us, when they come in to track, you don't have any of these problems. They don't exist.
Any other questions, James?
No, that's I think that's a really good way of tying it in with Rick's approach of going straight to the emotion that the singer's trying to convey, and that'll correct most of the technical stuff for you. But then having those exercises, I think, really ties in. So I think you very well answered my question. Thank you.
All right, next up.
Let me chime in on this one real quick, guys.
Go ahead, Rick. You're welcome.
When you said something that I so believe in, people abuse compression.
Mm-hmm.
It drives me crazy. I don't record with compression.
Wow.
And people look at me like, I don't understand how you don't record with compression. I said, like, when I was using analog tape compression didn't sound as good as a compressor. So you'd had to use a compressor because you didn't want to get into the distortion area of the tape or burn into the tape too much. So you'd have to use it. But in the digital world, you don't need it. You know, you can use some soft limiting if you have an uncontrollable singer, but compression actually makes it harder for the singer to perform because now they're playing with the compressor coming in and out. It drives me crazy.
I love hearing that.
You know what I'm saying? So when you said that, I was like, man, that just needs to get shouted out from the tops of the,
100% with you there too.
Well, please do it, Rick, because that's, you have that kind of clout, so please do it.
Yeah, it drives me crazy. People just think, oh, it sounds great, but then when you come time to mix, there's no dynamic range because you sucked it all out.
Yeah. Yeah, if we can, what I train them to do is be the most natural they can be. So, like I said, I don't use compression here or limiting. Because I want, when the singer yells, I don't want them to hear it in those headphones. I want them to know exactly what it sounds like.
No, you're 100,000% correct. And
that is big.
People don't understand, like, we're living in a digital world. Granted, it sounds great when you're tracking, but then when you're mixing, it just kills the vibe. Compression down the line, it's a tool. It's not a sound. You know what I'm saying?
Now you're part of the Dave Hammond and Khalif camp too.
Oh, it's just a waste, and I just see people. I come into sessions, and they're 3-to-1, 4-to-1, and they say, "Look at how great it sounds." I'm like, yeah, but then when you're wondering why you can't cut through in the music, or when you actually go to mix and you go to compress it, it's not there because you already squashed it out and you squashed it too much.
Well, the other problem, Rick, that happens is that you're burning the guys who are using high limiting or compression, whichever way you want to look at it, are also burning their singers out.
Yep.
So it's no wonder they can only sing a half hour. Because when the singer feels limited, then they start pushing even harder because they're used to hearing that 20% of jump in decibel level. That's what they're used to. That's normal for them. So you come in and you limit it so that they don't hear it, and then their body instinctively starts to push even harder.
Valid point. Anyway, for all you up-and-comers, all you guys that are recording, turn that thing off, man.
Yeah.
I'd rather you lower the gain.
Yeah.
But I'm just telling, even singers, they'll walk in the room and just tell them I don't need a compression, good mic, good mic, and then if you're gonna be hot, you back off a little bit on the mic. You use mic technique. You be your own compressor. You know what I'm saying? If you know you're about to hit a hot note, back off 2 inches, 3 inches, 4 inches. Whatever it takes, but that will not only allow the performance to be captured in the most pristine level, but it also allows for when you're coming down to mix, you have some dynamics. You have real control because you created that control. You're not fighting with a machine and pushing your body harder because the machine's pushing you back, pulling you back. So no, I was so happy when you said that. I'm like, oh please, like I'm so
Well, and
tired.
I was so happy when you said about, using the emotions too, because the emotions quite often I'm sure you've seen will help them control their dynamics as well.
Oh yeah, it changes the game. It changes the game. It's when people's focus on singing has to be, especially in the studio, has to be about your emotion. It's not about your performance. Because if you're trying to give the best performance, I'm not gonna feel that. I'm not gonna be in my car and be able to be like, wow, you know what I'm saying? And I've seen it 1,000 times in the microphone. That's like when I'm in the vocal booth. I'm sorry, when I'm in the control room, someone's in the vocal booth. I actually stand behind the speaker so I don't see them. So I'm not being influenced by their body language. I just want to hear their voice.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then imagine what it is that I'm trying to get. Are they striking a chord to me emotionally? You know what I'm saying? You know, it boggles my mind. There's some amazing, great people with great singing voices, but they don't connect to their emotions. And once you do put the two together, you're unstoppable. You're unstoppable.
And most contest shows, none of them sing with emotion, and these kids are getting the thought in their head that they can just straight sing a song and then go get a record deal and put it out, and people gonna feel it. No, I hear so much emotional singing on these contest shows. It's driving me crazy.
Well, what are they thinking about? They're thinking about winning. I mean, yeah, they're taught. I actually avoid working with competitive singers because they're taught from the very get-go that it's all about being better than the other guy. And how can you get emotion in that? So they try to sing louder, they try to sing higher, they try to get more riffs. They, even though quite often the judges will say, sweetie, if you just would have just, and all those riffs and everything were great, but if I just could have felt something, I would have let you stay on the show. So it's even contradictions to the singers. They're getting advice from their voice teachers to be all flashy and have the wow effect, all that kind of stuff. And then the judges are sitting, the good judges anyway, they're sitting there going, I can't feel anything. I'm not moving this person up. It's you weren't here, Rick, when we were talking about this. This is a black hole that I want to shine light into. And to have you here, Rick, giving your 2 cents at your level and your clout is worth a lot to everybody here. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing this. I'm doing this because people have to learn and understand and know, like, music is magic. It's emotion.
Yeah.
We got to the point where we can auto-tune, Melodyne. You can make anyone that really, you can polish the hell out of a record. You know what I'm saying? I was working on an edit, and the vocal performance was so pristine because the edit was so amazing. But there was no real magic to it, and I had to create that magic.
That's tough.
And people
can I ask Rick a question?
Yeah,
go for it.
Rick, I have a song, right, that I'm so I just want to. I don't usually want the compression or anything, but for this song, it's a high rock song, and I don't know. I want to try it with compression in the studio. I mean,
do yourself a favor in the studio when you're recording it. You can play it back and have them put the compression on what your playback is, but when you're recording it to tape, no compression or very little, just a limit if you're gonna go into the stratosphere. But if you want to hear that compression as a playback and use that as a tool, it will actually work different with the electronics because you're coming into the console or you're going into Pro Tools, or you're doing it as a plugin, you're coming in at like 0 dB. So what ends up happening is, people don't even understand the technical aspect of putting a compressor in the vocal chain. When you're recording, like, at 0 dB, you're not at +4 you'll actually have a warmer and a different effect, and the compressor will actually run and work differently. You know what I'm saying? But you're not sucking it dry, so then you're pushing yourself. You're hearing it played back through the music, which will have a total different effect at 0 than it would at +4. You know, and people don't
Thank you very
understand
much.
it. It's so you can play around with it. Just make sure when you go on the tape, it's not married to it, because you can just always say, "Hey, I still got my magic. I can still work." Because listen, when I'm mixing, you know, I have different choices. I might use an LA2A. I might use 1176. I might use a Fairchild. Depending on the sound, that compression and how it interacts will change. You know, the reason why Chris Lord is so amazing, he has like 20 racks of compressors, because he finds each compressor at its optimum, and he goes down the line to find the right one that makes that singer pop. And you know, people don't even understand how a compressor works. You know, people understand what it really does, and a compressor is probably good at 2 settings. You know,
Oh.
it's
So
horse
you saying
manure.
just belt it out, put it out there without being afraid of what's coming across, and then give a listen back.
Yeah, 100%. You're gonna win, because that power is gonna be there. Because if you're tapping into your emotion and you're letting the magic come from your heart, why you want to limit that with some random thing that's gonna kick in when it thinks it needs to?
That was
You
deep.
feel me?
Yeah, that's deep right there. Okay, so I just need to drop the fear and do what I got to do on the mic.
Do
That's
what you
you're
gotta do,
saying.
bro. It's gonna be magical. Don't limit yourself. Don't limit yourself. You know, and it might sound good, it might sound small. You know, I'll go through 3 different compressors for vocals, you know, before I find the right one that really sounds great, you know. You know, my go-to is an LA2A, because the way it does is attack and release, you know, but that's the most natural, because there's not manually you can adjust the attack and the release. You know, magic is emotion is all that matters. You know what I'm saying? Emotion is all that matters, and that's what's missing in today's music. You said it. You're watching the TV shows, and they're all dying. American Idol is gone now because people are tired of it. And the shows that are just random people that is not pre-programmed, you know, are actually still winning, because these guys are coming in and putting their hearts in. You know, there are other shows that are just random people have a real shot at getting it. It's not this preconceived reality show, pre-scripted, as I like to say. But trust me, it's going to come back to that.
So Rick, actually, I mentioned it earlier, and to prove your point, I have people go to, or I'll pull it up myself. I'll pull up Billboard at any particular time in the last, say, 40 years. And the majority of the people who are selling the maximum amount of records are not yelling, they're not screaming, they're not the high notes, they're not the riffy people. They're the ones who wrote the songs and sing it from the heart. They're the ones. And it blows people's minds, because they always think, oh, Carrie Underwood, like she's the only person who sells records, you know, just because she can do some flashy stuff and because she was on TV. But the reality of it is she sells very few records compared to the singers that actually sing it from the heart only.
See, that's you hit that nail on the hammer, because people really get confused with what's happening in social media versus what's happening in the real talented world of music.
Yeah.
And there's a huge difference between the two. And I rather be an artist that's not in the social media game, because like I constantly have to whore myself.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? To work that social media game. I'd rather be an artist that's about the real talent. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, you might eventually it will. It's a fact. I mean, it's hard to figure out where and how to sell these days, but you will have more longevity than a person that's just a now person. Talent always wins. Or, you know, like Whitney, she didn't write a single song, but she knew how to make every song her own.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? She did not write a single song, but she knew how to embody a song. And if
We
you're
were
not
talking about
writing,
Dionne Warwick doing that earlier.
you know, that's as a singer, if you're not the writer, that's your job. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad you guys always go back to church in the black community or the black church. You know, it's all about their emotion. You know,
Mm-hmm.
when they sing a song, generally it's a standard that's been around for 100 years, and you know, it's only that they have embodied that song, they have made that song part of their heart. So whether they wrote it or not wasn't relevant. But the reason why most great writers become great singers is because
Mm-hmm.
the two have connected.
Yeah, and there's a degree of separation as well as Whitney did. There's still a degree of separation, but between the actual songwriter, there is no degree of separation.
No. So whether you're gonna be a singer or whether you're gonna be a singer-songwriter, it still comes down to breaking that gap in that separation, making that separation as a singer where it doesn't exist, where that is your song. You have embodied that song, and you'll win. You know, it's.
And we do this how?
Mm.
There's Maude in there, the devil's advocate.
How do we do that? If I write a song for Kenzie, what do I do to get her to embody that song, as you say?
Well, you know, I find like when I'm dealing with artists and they're singing a song that they didn't write, I generally tell them, and if it's a heartbreaking song, I tell them, have someone broke your heart before? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, well, you need to be thinking about that person and how you felt when they broke your heart and sing that song. And then all of a sudden, it's a different song. Because now they've connected on that emotional level because they can relate versus, oh, I love this beat, I love this song, and then they're not performing it. It's a big difference in your performance when you tie in your emotions. So you just have to tell them, listen, in that situation, if it's a song about, you know, whatever, you know, your mother, you know, and you're talking about the love of your mother, the love of your life, then you think about the love of your life. It might not be even the person you're with currently. You know what I'm saying? But you got to be real to yourself.
It's called neuroprogramming.
Yep.
All right, we're going to have to look that up, neuroprogramming.
Yeah, see, I don't know all the technical stuff. I just
Well,
know
that comes with the fancy words. See that?
No, it's
that's why I come on these calls.
It's very simple. Oh my, that battery's definitely bad. It's very simple. It just means that once your memory is triggered by something, it'll perform it. And so they use it in all kinds of stuff. It's mostly in where it's really popular is in like sales and corporate. You know, these guys go around and give these big corporate speeches and all this kind of stuff. Because it's a quick way to get somebody who just has no clue of what they're doing to take them to a place where they do know what they're doing, and then they can use that information from their subconscious and mix it with their conscious mind to make it into real time. It's very fascinating, yeah.
Russell just typed neuro-linguistic programming.
Yeah. What did I say?
Neuroprogramming, but yeah.
Oh, yeah. He's right.
Anthony Robbins uses it. Okay.
Yeah. He's the biggest proponent of it, but he's certainly not the only. I mean, it was developed long before he came around.
Okay, now, who else had a question for these guys? For Brad, I mean?
Ben does.
Ben, go ahead, Ben.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for having me on the show. Conversation. I really appreciate it. A lot of great info. I had a question, and I also had something for Usheda, which I'll end this off with because when you were singing that song, I had a thought. But I'm sorry. Hold on one sec. Rick had mentioned, you know, the perfect edit that has no life. Okay, that's a great point, and I hear that a lot. And I also have to do it a lot because of time constrictions with sessions that I do where I have to get a good take in X amount of time. So I have to put together a comp and send them on their way. If I had more time, you know, I'd develop the performance or, you know, get something really powerful to be able to do a whole take and get that down. But my question is specifically, like, I'm trying to train my ear as a producer to be able to hear the emotion of a take, and I find it very difficult. Emotions kind of be like, they seem to be like moving targets. Like my emotions will change during the day depending on how I feel, what my patience level is, what's going through my mind, how I'm feeling, and the artist will have their emotions moving around from day to day. They get a phone call in the middle of a session, all of a sudden they're thinking about something else, their emotions are changing. So I was wondering if you guys had any feedback on, as a producer, how I can recognize, train myself to be emotionally neutral or balanced enough, how I could recognize the emotion in a whole take versus the emotion in a section of a song versus the emotions in a specific phrase versus the emotions within a syllable. Because with Pro Tools, like you're saying, it seems to be like everybody's just chopping even to the syllable level, putting together an emotional performance, which at the end of the day, even though you capture these little phrases or words that contain the emotion and you put them all together, it sounds good, but you can't feel it. But then, like, I want to learn how to be able to hear a whole take and figure out of maybe 8 takes what's the best whole take, and how can I now use punch-ins to make that take come alive. Or, you know, is my question clear?
Yeah, I would go to Rick first on that one. Let's go to Rick first.
You know what I generally do, like, when as a producer, as an engineer, you know, I'm used to hearing it. I know when something's emotional and when something's technical, because generally speaking, when it's technical, you start to hear a lot of things that really get into the way of the emotion. But when someone's focusing on that thought, or as we learn the new word, basically program themselves, whatever the technical term is, it's such a night and day difference when their emotion is on versus if you don't hear the difference, then their emotions aren't on. They're faking the funk. You know what I'm saying? But when people truly sing with emotion, you'll hear the difference. And what
I hold on, one sec, just to clarify. So I do hear, you know, that's why I'm a producer, is I hear the emotion, I feel it. But what I'm saying is, like, if somebody's doing a whole take, there's certain parts that I feel it, and other parts that it just goes flat for me because the emotion.
Yeah. That's what I was getting into. What I try to do is, there's only been a few times in my life where I've actually had one complete take done. Usually the new singers, I'm usually in the 9 or 10 playlist range, but I make a note when I hear that line, and as I'm going through the song, I don't look at syllables. It drives me nuts when guys look, I got this one word, I got this one, you know, when you start doing that, that's, to me, just a lazy way out. You know what I'm saying? But when you look at phrases and you keep the song in the list of phrases, and when you catch a phrase, even though they're singing the song straight through, once you catch enough phrases and you mark them, at that point you look at your list, and, you know, Pro Tools has a function where you can see all your playlists and you can see where you're at, and at that point you can get into the punching where you need to fix a technical thing, because now you have a vibe. Now you can get into the technical aspects of fixing one word or fixing one thing. But I usually just go by phrases, where I know I have all the phrases, or I have the words in front of me, and I'll, you know, circle that phrase. This is in, and then when I'm completely circled out, then I get into, let me be the technical guy. You know what I'm saying? but it's hard.
But back in the day, the records like you know, the Otis Reddings and all these amazing artists that came before it. I mean, a lot of those were takes, right? Performances.
Oh, we was punching, man. I was punching since day one.
Okay, so there was a lot of punch-ins back then?
Man, listen, I could punch a word like you would not know because I'm a musician, so I could get in there and get one word and get in and out. That's how I started engineering because I was a keyboard player for everybody, and we were working on a Color Me Bad project. And so I had did this record. We did the demo in a studio in Brooklyn with a friend of mine named Howie T. So I was basically his keyboard player, and we recorded it in Brooklyn ourselves. So they got picked up, we was in Soundtrack Studios, and I never went to the studio because I just stayed. We did everything at home and then whatever. He kept calling me like, yo, we having problems, man. We having problems. I said, why? I was like, yo, they just can't get this line, man. It's driving me crazy. You need to come. So I came the next day, and I was listening to the engineer, and the engineer kept punching him 2-3 lines back where it was open, and we're trying to get the third line. I said, bro, can you just punch the third line? He's like, yeah, but then we're risking, chopping things. I'm like, I don't care. We just need the third line. And he's like, no, I said, show me how to do it. I never worked on a SSL. I never knew how to, I didn't even know how to start the tape machine on one. But I asked the guy how to do it, and he showed me how to do it. I punched the line in and out. And he looked at me like, how'd you do that? I'm like, because I'm not looking at it from a technical aspect. I was looking at it from emotional. So I was catching them between breaths. I was catching it. And so what ended up happening was we got the line in 2 takes. So what I'm trying to explain to you is people has been punching, from day one.
So as a producer, is it too lofty of a goal for me to be like thinking that I'm going to work with an artist and I'm going to work with them to the point where they're going to come in and be able to give me an actual performance? Like, well, I will never have to punch in. They'll just sound so good and I'll be able to get the whole take. That's just not happening ever?
I think it can happen, but the artist has to do their homework. The artist has to come prepared. You know what I'm saying? But if the artist is not prepared, then you have to make that happen. Like, I've worked with artists that have been prepared. When Whitney came into a room, when we did Your Love Is My Love, you know what I'm saying? When she came into the room, I had 3 takes. And she had it on take 1. And she came prepared.
Yeah. And did you do any punch-ins, or that whole take made it to the record?
I punched in 1 line.
That's beautiful.
1 line. And that was just for technical reasons. I punched in 1 line. But that's what I'm trying to explain to you. But she came prepared. She didn't have a piece of paper in front of her. You know what I'm saying? We didn't have to say, hey, you missed the word. She knew the song. She knew. She did her homework. She came prepared. And we basically, I think it was the most was 5 takes. And the only reason we went to 5 takes was we had it at 3. We didn't believe it. So the other 2 was safe. But that's what I'm telling you. When you work as a singer, most singers come into the studio and they want to drink, they want to chill, they want to, and they're not doing their homework. They're not coming in at the work. This is work. You got to do your homework. You have to know the lyrics.
Especially the homework. Like you're saying, you guys can only do so much in the studio. And this is the hole that I'm trying to fill, Ben, is that what we hopefully are doing here as a mass is helping singers understand exactly what Rick is saying, is that you can't get it done without pre-production. I'm sorry. You walk in, you don't know the words, you don't know the melody, you don't know nothing. I mean, what do you expect?
No, that's clear. That's clear to me. I mean, I'm working with artists and I'm working on the songs, and it's always like you. But I think the main point that I'm trying to ask is how I can develop my ear to listen to the emotion of a 3-minute time cycle, and while I'm also listening to every syllable, while I'm also listening to every phrase. That's very hard to do, if that makes any sense.
I think Rick answered that.
Yeah.
You don't do both at the same time.
No.
Right? Yeah, you listen as a audience first. What is the emotion there first? Listen for that. If it isn't, then you can start looking at the other things. But if there's no emotion, then everything else you're doing is kind of for naught.
So I guess for you, Brad, specifically, when you're working with an artist and you're kind of trying to work the emotion into each syllable and breaking it down to the diction of each thing.
I don't do that, by the way.
Oh, you don't do that? Okay.
No, what I do is I bring the artist into real time about the story.
Got it.
And that takes care of 99% of it. Now, occasionally, you get a singer who's got some issues that need just straight technique, and they just need to pay their dues. But I always go for emotion first. We even talked about that. I don't know if you were here with Usheda when I said get in the habit of when you're singing any time for anyone, for any reason, go to the emotion first. Assuming you know the words and you know the melody. Go to the emotion first. Then if there's a problem, then take a look at fixing it. But always try to perform with emotion first. That's where Rick was talking about. See, in church, the Black Gospel Church, that's all they do. That's all they do. Ever since they were born, that's all they think about. That's all they feel. They just sing. They don't get caught up in all this stuff that we get our heads caught up in. And as an audience, Ben, I think you'd be as good as anybody in the world at being able to tell whether someone's being true or not to the lyric.
Ben, have you had an issue where a person had wonderful emotion but their diction was horrible?
Well, right now I'm working with an artist and she's just developing. I mean, we've had to do the same song now, like come back and re-record the vocals like 3 or 4 times, and in between she does all this homework and she's getting better and better each time. But we're like right with this one song we're about a 6, but when she started out we were at about like a 2, maybe a 1.5, and I'm shooting for like an 8 with this artist, like an 8 or a 9. So we've done so many takes to get her to where she's at now that I just start losing track of the syllables, of the whole takes, of the date, of the time. So it's a matter of being able to kind of
Can I ask you a question?
Keep track of all the takes, and all the different, and being able to find the needle in the haystack.
May I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
What did you won't believe this, but I've had this experience where a microphone changes the whole vibe, where it might be a technical aspect versus you're trying to get something in the microphones and it's just not capturing it properly. You know what I'm saying?
No, in this case it's just her ear, but
no. Listen, I'm telling you point blank.
Okay.
There's a difference between fret mics, large condenser mics, and it will also change how a singer is singing because it's how they're hearing themselves.
Interesting.
So generally, you might be running into a situation where that mic's not working for that artist. You feel me? Because that's
I do, but in this case, like she has a hard time hearing intervals. So even if her tone's right, it's just she's musically developing where she can hear like a minor fifth. Like that's what I was gonna tell Usheda is just a parlay, and then don't want to take too much time. Is like sometimes singers when they sing a cappella, they need that track, but then if they sing a cappella, they'll go off key, and that's what happens a lot with this particular artist. Is she's just developing her ear to hear the tonal center of the song, the key of the song that she's in, and unless she's being guided, she just loses. And so she's developing musically. But I developed an exercise with her, which was really helpful, which was
can I send you a hit record and the person's out of tune? I can send you about 10 records where the person's out of tune.
Okay.
I can send you more than that.
Can I just say one thing too? I hope she's not recording the same song again and again and again and again every time she's coming to the studio, because that'll kill your whole everything about the song. Like maybe you should try doing another song as well, because I was on Def Jam and I'm telling you right now, I was 8 hours singing the same damn line, and you know what happened? It just killed me. But when I came back the next day, fresh, I nailed it right away. So doing something again and again and again and again and again and again and again sounds just like what I'm doing right now, again and again and again and again and again. And she just will have a mental lockout.
Well, nobody likes to hear this, but she needs to go back to training. It sounds to me like, she's not ready for this yet.
Or
say I want to record you, but if you don't have the chops yet, I mean, all you're doing is wasting a lot of money and time. She needs to get her chops.
Well, go ahead.
Or just go straight for emotion, man.
And then forget about everything else. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're trying to mix them all together. And go straight.
All right, what? Somebody give me. I'm gonna just real quick. I'm gonna get this pencil, and I want to get a list of hit songs that are completely out of tune. And I'm gonna go.
God, there's a lot. Are you serious?
I'm gonna go do my homework and listen to every one of them recordings because I want to hear those. So come on,
there's a lot.
Give me the top.
It's so many.
Give me
a lot of them.
We're gonna be going for a while on this one.
Give me the top grossing albums that are the top 5 that are just completely out of tune, please.
Rick, tell them. Rick, tell them. Hit them off.
I'm googling Mary's album, Mary's first album, which is
Mary J. Blige immediately. I was with an elder, and I always thought that those old school cats were in tune and perfect. And after I started working with singers, I went back to listen, and the elder was laughing. He's like, "Oh, you thought this stuff was in tune? It wasn't even close. There's all these old school singers. I thought they were just immaculate."
Like Rick is doing, I'll use one of my own clients. Go back to listen. It's not a recording, it's live, but go back and listen to REO Speedwagon singing "I Can't Fight This Feeling Anymore" in 1985. Then
the record version?
No, it's actually both of them are live. I want you to listen to that one, and then I want you to listen to him sing the same song in 2010 live, and you'll hear the same guy singing out of tune in 1985 and in tune in 2010.
Wow.
You know what?
It took him 25 years.
It didn't take him that long. I just happened to find that. No. I worked with him in 1987. He could sing it in 1987 in key. I just happened to run across that when I was Googling one day, and I thought that was an incredible example of what a guy who really cares about his chops can do. He can completely, change his ability to sing on key and keep his audiences at the same time. He's been touring for 40+ years.
You brought a valid point, because Matt, I was working with Earth, Wind, and Fire a few years ago, and it was so comical how in tune you had to be, where singers, we all played in the relative space game. They played into relative tune game. That was the vibe. People were in the room jamming together, and nowadays everyone has to have a tuner.
Don't have any anymore.
Before you even touch a string, before you touch it's like, oh, you're out of tune. We're so, because, and I don't get me wrong, auto-tune is a great thing, but it's actually becoming a standard sound. You know what I'm saying? I find ways to make auto-tune sound natural. You don't hear it, but it's on the record, because a singer, even though they're out of tune, has to be in tune for it to pass his standards. And out of tune to me is all relative, because a guitar player can bend a note. He's not hitting B every time.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? He's not
hitting
B every time. He's playing around that tonality to make that magic happen.
Yeah, singers do the same thing, the good ones. Yeah.
then that's all good singers. You know what I'm saying? But the problem is in today's market, everything is so on. Like you know, the kids coming up, the producers coming up, are trying to make that same thing happen. And in your recording process, you have to have the creative, then the technical. You know, go for the creative first, especially this girl. I mean, and then, you know, if she's a singer and you feel that, you know, she's viable in the marketplace and that's the heart you want to go with, you know, then you have to go with that emotion first and then fix the technical stuff later. You know, because if you have the emotion, all you're gonna do is just make it all auto-correct, whether it's auto-tune or using Melodyne, whatever. I mean, those are tools that are out there that helps things happen commercially and become viable. Those are tools I use all the time.
Perfect example is a library performance by T-Pain of his songs with just him and a keyboard, no auto-tune. Now we know the whole album was done with auto-tune, and he made a joke to the audience and said, I know what you guys are wondering, where's my auto-tune? You know what he said? It's inside my body. And it was an amazing performance. No auto-tune.
People don't know Pain can sing. Pain, we and him used to be in the studio in Florida at Criteria or Hit Factory in Miami. And it used to bug me out because I jam on the piano and this dude is singing. And I'm like, and he's like, I know. I tried singing and this auto-tune thing just caught on. So I just went with it. But people don't understand. That boy can wail.
Hey, Ben, I just sent you on Facebook and in the chat right here, Destiny's Child song No, 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 the remix. Go listen to that. Listen to those vocals.
I know that record really
and well. Then go and listen to Beyonce now. Like, I didn't, like, say, just with Kelly Rowland, I didn't realize Kelly Rowland is dope now. Like, back then, Kelly was just my favorite. Like, short-haired Kelly, just wow. And I heard Kelly sing, and, you know, she was like 10 feet away from me singing to this young man, to this fellow who asked, we're at this little Grammy thing. And I was like, whoa. And then when I went back and listened to the old stuff, she's improved that much through her training over time. Beyonce also. These women did not sing like they sing. And I went back and listened to No, 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 No. I just did it just now. I sent you the link, bruh. Go listen to that. It is a hit. It is a jam. But you listen to those vocals. Those are not perfect vocals by any means.
I gotta learn how to unstickify myself because I really like shit in tune. You know what I mean? I like to hear singers sing in tune. And I really like it when they sing in time, too. It just gives me the goosebumps.
Well,
that's a beautiful thing, but real quick, one second, Rick, real quick, that's a beautiful thing, but now let's go to a funeral and some lady's crying off pitch about her child being dead. Mm-hmm. Let me hear you say she's crying off pitch. You know what I mean? The emotion overcomes you so much, or the rhythm can get you so much that it moves you, like the rhythm of a beat or whatever that cadence, it can really get you that much. Now, if you add also being on pitch or whatever, that's a beautiful thing. But remember that soul and blues, all that stuff we say is a note between a note, a rhythm like in between, that stuff really counts. Being off has its place. And if you're making everything just so perfect, you might be focusing and missing on the true beauty that's actually there in the offness. Now I'm going to throw that to Rick. Go ahead, Rick.
The humanness. I like it. I like it.
No, I was going to show you a perfect example. If you start to, I get the space you've been in. Like, we're in, you know, since the last 15 years, everyone's been perfect pitch world. You know what I'm saying? But if you study old records, you'll be like I have perfect pitch. Okay, it was to the point where training in classical music, I couldn't play on the piano unless it was tuned. I like to tune 2 days before because it gives it time to settle, but it would have to be tuned before I would have to play. And it was to the point where my teacher was like, "Listen, you're driving yourself crazy." So I would have to change because I live in New York. I would change I would tune my piano almost 4 times a year. So for me to get used to not listening to a piano that was out of tune, like it would give me a headache. It was like I went from tuning 4 times a year. She had me tune it 3 times a year to 2 times a year, to the point where I was now tuning once a year, to the point where I could play anything, whether it's a honky tonk to whatever, and it wouldn't annoy me. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because it's what you become accustomed to. Like, I laugh at people when they say they have perfect pitch. I'm like, no, you don't. It's a nightmare. Because it's the worst nightmare when you have perfect pitch. You know, and if it wasn't for that training for me to be then I was able to progress in my other careers. But other than that, I was stuck as, you know, being the classical musician and, you know, having to literally, you know, like it was hindering my performance when I was like, you know, not playing in tune piano. So that's what I'm telling you. You have to almost start to listen to the classics. Then you start to realize that, you know, being relative is where we're all at. Even you might think things are in tune that you're listening to in today's market, and it's not. I've taken singers that can sing, and I've had to melodyne them, and I'm literally doing 3 tracks and making it sound like 1 track, and I'm tuning one like a piano. One is a little sharp, one is a little flat, one is dead on. And people are like, wow, she sounds like she could sing. I'm like, no, I'm using technique. It sounds like one voice, but it's just using the technique of a piano to put things in tune. And people don't understand, everything is relative. Nothing is perfect.
The tuning of different genres. Kurt Cobain's guitar. If you heard Kurt Cobain tune his guitar, you would say it's out of fucking tune. What is he doing?
Every genre has its own rules about what is on tune too.
Yeah.
You know, you take Western versus classical versus jazz versus pop versus rhythm and blues. I mean, they all have their own. The audiences themselves kind of have tuned their ears to a certain pitch that they like. And so sometimes singers make the mistake of going out and singing someone else's song in key and trying to do it in that genre and thinking everybody's going to think they're better than that singer. And they don't. They don't like the singer who does it in key at all. They like the guy who does it in the key they're used to, in the tuning that they're used to hearing it in. So it's, like you said, it's all relative to what that audience wants to hear. And it's pretty relevant to emotion, too. You know, even when we talk, we have emotional pitches. And so when we use those emotional pitches in song, it helps even be more natural, even more real.
So I have this mentor, my mentor that I work with. I'm not even going to mention any names, but I work for a multi-platinum producer, great person, and I'm lucky enough to engineer for him at times, and he's mentored me a lot. And I watch him, and his level of hearing is so acute that I'm in disbelief. Like, we're working on a session, and he hears the phase of a drum, a kick drum off, and then he'll do like sample replacements and stuff, and he'll be able to hear something when it's off by 2 samples. Like, he won't even use drum replacement software because he can hear that it's off and then I'll be like, really? And he'll go, yeah, just zoom in, and he can hear to the am I still here?
Yeah, he's a great musician, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, he can hear like timing and tuning to the 0.009 degree. So, and he's done all these platinum records, so I'm like aspiring to develop my ear to that point. But you guys are right, like, to what point, you know, there's got to be like, you got to be able to completely divorce yourself of your musicianship and your good hearing to be able to hear just the rawness. So there's got to be like a sweet spot in there somewhere. You know?
Listen,
you're right. I have to tune my clients to their genre. If I tune them to a different genre, then the people who become their fans aren't going to like them anymore.
I'll give you a perfect example. I'm a person, like, I have so much technique. Like, I can hear those things. I can hear when things are off. I can hear when things are out of tune. I can hear when if I nudge something. Like a lot of the tricks I've been doing even before there was digital. I was using delays to nudge people's vocals to be more in the pocket of the song. You know what I'm saying? Like I used to use
that was before there was nudge, huh? You had to use a delay?
I was using delays, but not using it as a delay, but I was just nudging people's vocals because they were just either rushing it, you know what I'm saying, or too on the beat. And so I understand that world. But outside of my rules and my fundamental platform or my fundamental education or experience, what supersedes that is the vibe, is the emotion. You know what I'm saying? You know, and but it's great when you have the technique, don't get me wrong. But, you know, your multi-platinum producer guy, when he's tracking vocals, he knows, I'm sure, if you would, how to respect the emotion and still get what he needs technically.
And he's using the technical to get the emotional. Ben, when you or BEOH has the Dave Pensado old Pensado's Place episodes, Ron Fair, like I'll even go look for it and paste it to you on Facebook, but it's VEOH.com, Dave Pensado's old episodes, like with Joseph Jack Puig, all of that stuff. But look up Ron Fair and Dave Pensado, or Pensado's Place with Ron Fair, and watch that episode. Ron Fair was on there twice, but he talks about this type of stuff, where he talked about working with Mary J. Blige, the stuff that he would do, and I think you would find that very, very, very helpful.
No, I appreciate it.
You trust me. You just, it's great to be so technical, but it's even greater when you can put it on the back seat.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that Ron said was he's so technical, so like precise and whatever, that working with Mary, that producer had him chill it out. He's like, hey man, get off that shit a little bit, back it down, so that the earthiness was still there. And
I know it was Puffy.
No.
I had many stories with Puffy where
and her husband. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, listen.
Go ahead, speak on it, bro.
It is all about the vibe. And Mary is 1,000% the most vibinest artist on the planet. And it's like you said, Matt, earlier, when you played the early Beyonce and you listen to them now, you know, you listen to early Mary, and right now, you know, she did that last year's Grammy. She was on stage with what's his name? In that performance, she killed it. What's the guy's name? Anyway, you know how the Grammys does the mashup. Unbelievable. She was crazy, but that emotion of being Mary was there. So I'm just telling you, do yourself a favor. Always just opt on the side of emotion.
And Ron was saying that he's by the time he's anywhere near happy with it, the regular people are more than happy. Like and that taught me something. Like if I would make myself to, like we used to like strive to get it to where it's good enough, and now we're trying to make ourselves excellent to where and on the emotional stuff, not like go so technical that we're off mark, but make it to where we're so emotionally on that by the time we get anywhere near what we're talking about, the regular people are just loving it and we can stop. And it's like they say, you're never really finished, you just stop. But if you get it to where you're so connected with this emotional stuff at a higher level than regular people, by the time you stop, before you get to where you're wanting to go, those people are already loving it. And then it's a matter of not overdoing it so that you take out whatever you were putting in.
Well, I'm a musician myself, so I was a musician first. I had that kind of training and perfectionism and all that. I read I heard a great interview with Rick Rubin. There's a podcast where Rick Rubin talks about his history as a producer, and it was really interesting because he talked about he approached music from, he wasn't really a musician, he was just a fan. So like,
yeah,
and that's so far out of my reach. Like, I wish I could just be a fan and not listen to music in the way that I hear it. I'd probably be a better producer. You know what I mean?
I got back on that path about 3 years ago, bro, and it was weird because I went from being a fan to this technical nerd dude, and I could not. Nobody around me could listen to music with me because I was making it horrible. I was on such a technical thing, and then I had to start trying to engineer and do everything from a fan base, you know, from being a fan and just loving the music, and it was nerdy that I had that. I started doing it nerdy, trying to listen to it for fun in a nerdy way. It's a whole mess that we get into. But anyway, anything else, Rick, Brad, that you guys want to throw in there?
I was just gonna say I need to move computers so I can get off my back. Can you, if I click off of this, will you accept my my trying to get in on my other computer?
Yeah. All you have to do is go to your Facebook and click that link again.
Well, I did, and it said it's full, of course, because I've got this computer on. So I'm going to click off here and go and click on there.
Okay. Whoever comes in, I'll just have to tell them they got to go. That's all. Did you want to play anything else at him, Rick?
Hey, I had something real quick before I sign off. I just wanted to tell Usheda something, and then I swear I'm done.
Bro, we have no problem with taking time with you, bro. None at all. That's what we're
right.
That's why we're here for. If I jump on, that's why we're here for that.
Usheda, when you were singing and you kind of were singing and you were right in pitch and then you kind of got off a little bit, exercise that I developed was like if you're singing in a song, it's good to know where home is, like what that tonic center of that song is. So I would say practice your song and always just go back to the note of the key that the song is at every point in the song. Be able to sing your first line and then go back to the tonic of the key that you're in. Go to the second line, go back. Go to the bridge, go back, and try to train yourself to always hear where home is, and that'll help ground you in the key of the song. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, I actually do that naturally when I'm singing it with the music. It's just that when I'm singing it a cappella, I haven't trained my ear to get that far yet. So that comes to me where I have to get a keyboard and I have to train my ear a cappella. But if right now, if I had a guitar playing that song, there would be no mistakes.
Exactly, but it's good to be able to do a cappella, so just play that tonic of, like, you don't have to play any other note, just play that, whatever it is, you know.
Okay.
Ben.
Yeah.
And by the way, that was Rick Rubin that had me sing that damn one line for 8 hours. I just thought I'd put that in there at Chung King Studios.
You work with Rick Rubin?
Yeah. I was on Def Jam years ago. Yep. We did our first single, "Are You My Woman?" So.
And it was him that drove you.
It was Rick that was driving me nuts. I mean, Russell, like, I don't know, I'm just not feeling it. It was a whole point of I'm not feeling it. Not that I wasn't singing the notes right. I was singing the right notes, but they weren't feeling it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like sometimes that overkill kicks in, and it did with me in that instance because it was just I wasn't understanding what they were saying. You know, I seen Puffy do it to Keisha Cole. She was just in tears. She couldn't get it. Like, what are you saying? You're singing the right notes, but I'm not feeling it. You know what I mean? So that's how I do it. In acapella singing, the best way for me coming up learning was piano or keyboard. Just you do that continuously with a keyboard, you're gonna be able to sing anything acapella.
Exactly.
Yeah, you just gotta train your ear basically. And I tell people what happens with a lot of singers with music, the music turns into a crutch where they rely on the music for their pitch. And they shouldn't rely on the music for their pitch. You rely on yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? If you rely on yourself on the pitch and you hold yourself accountable, don't hold the music accountable, then you'll find some whole other areas where you can start playing around in that you didn't know existed, because now the core of the pitch is from you, not from the track. You understand what I'm saying? Because now now you're turning yourself into an instrument versus you're playing a part in a song. You see the difference? And it's all just how you look at it, you know? You can make magic. You can make. I didn't hear any of your vocal, but you know, trust me, it's all about you.
And plus, more times I'm used to singing standing up, so you know I'm sitting down. I'm comfortable.
Well, no,
I never sing sitting down.
No, well, you know what it is? It's your posture. So
exactly.
It's like when you sit down, your diaphragm doesn't move the same way. But when you stand, even people stand wrong where the diaphragm doesn't move in the right way. But there's ways that you can stand and have your postures that when you're sitting or standing, your diaphragm will function irrespective.
Correct.
And Rashida, you were here at my house and saw me do a rehearsal sitting down with full voice with no problem. So Rick is correct. It's all about your posture.
Yeah,
I rehearse. I was telling
adjusted.
Brad, I rehearse sitting down.
Yeah, because I actually adjusted when in the beginning when Brad was telling me certain stuff. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I had changed the way I was sitting, and I had adjusted myself to be able to do what was being asked of me, and that was when it came out the right way.
Yeah, but you got to know that from gate.
It's a learning process. I gotta know first before I can let it out. You know, it's not one of those things that happens natural. I gotta learn. You know, from people like you guys that give me the tips. You know, I get the tips and then I can hit the ground running. You know.
You'll be fine. I can't wait to hear some stuff.
Thank you.
And Russell, you had a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to build off of the same thing you guys were just talking about. I consider myself a new singer. It had been many years since I sang, and now I realize that I have a lot of bad habits. I'm getting corrected. I'm learning every time I sing something new, but I'm trying to reprogram myself. So I'm hoping that maybe I could get some tips. I could get some links of some things that I could actually do so that I could warm up right, so I could do the right exercises, so I can learn the breath control. As if you're talking to somebody brand new off the street who's just now never sang a note. If you guys can give me any insight on that so that I can become a better singer. I'm working out now. I'm involving my core. I'm doing a lot of stuff, let's say maybe a month ago I wasn't doing and didn't realize I wasn't doing. So that's pretty much my question.
Me, I throw that stuff to Brad, so because Brad has all the pre-production with singers and all of that stuff and what you're talking about. So Rick, Brad.
Where's Brad at?
Brad's back there laying down, chilling.
Did Brad fall asleep on us there?
We might not be able to hear him. I got you on screen, Brad.
I was about
He's
to
in the bed, Brad.
I was like, wow, chicka, wow, wow.
If Brad was to sing when he was laying down right now, you talk about posture, that would be some relaxed singing. Something must be up with his audio right now. He's having technical difficulties. And so
I think Russell. I think he's trying to tell you to put your bathrobe on and just lean back into it, man.
About to put the stripper music on.
As a matter of fact, Rick, not stripper music. While Brad is taking care of that, I posted a question in Pensado students. I'll put the link in here. Kenzie, who just walked out, 14-year-old singer I'm working with. I posted this, and I've been asking people to give feedback. I post questions in the group, and a lot of times I post stuff to where I want everybody to learn. And some of the stuff I might actually know, but there's so many of us that don't know or know aspects of it, so I just post it to where it's like everybody can learn. Right. So I posted this question, and I just want to know, I want you to respond. Brad's already responded, and several other people. I said in our Facebook group, said I would like your advice. I'm helping a 14-year-old singer. The objective is to get her to move people with zero mixing tricks. The old school, you have to be able to do whatever you hear on your album CD way. I need ideas of things to do and to put her through so that she blossoms into a person that we simply have to capture in order to have a wonderful moving performance. Then I said, this is a bounce. I posted a link to the training that we did that day. I said, this is a bounce I gave her of our last training session. I had her sing from the start of the music until the music stops. She did it 15 times. She made the words up as she sang. When someone walks into the studio, she greets them by singing a song to them and or by having a conversation with them where she sings. Her whole conversation with the person is sung so that she starts naturally singing with the same emotions and inflections that she does when she talks. This is helping. Can you think of other things to have her do? If you hear something in her tone, delivery, or anything else, please speak on it and offer advice. If you can think of something, that would help. This bounce is 2 of the lines pieced together into one performance so that she could hear some of what she did. No pitch correction is used on her. She will remain exposed as we train, meaning no pitch, none of that stuff. I want her good without the tools at my disposal. I will correct her pitch and timing only to show her examples of what she could sound like. Well, if you suggest other reasons that will help her grow, that would be awesome. Then I would do it. But and I'll send you the link of it. But so what advice would you give if I want hop on the camera? If I'm wanting this 14-year-old to be able to do that, things that I could actually do, or have her do, where she starts being able to just be the truth. Go ahead, Rick. Uh-oh, Rick is muted.
Nope, he went muted. It's not muted anymore. It's showing audio too.
Angela says she's got to run. Okay, I don't hear anything from you, Rick.
Nope, he left too. I think he's going to come back though.
All right, Usheda, would you unmute and so I can see if I hear you?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm having some latency issues here, though.
Yeah, it seems like everybody is. People are dropping off. Brad Chapman dropped off and Rick dropped off.
Yeah, there are definitely some latency issues here.
Okay, yeah, something's up. The internet messes up sometimes. All right, do any of y'all have any response to that before they come back?
That's above my head. I can't answer that. I like to know the answer.
That was a long ass question, man. That was like one of them presidential questions.
Bro, we don't, in our group, we don't. Like,
you know when the president goes, well, we have to break that down. Let's answer that in 2 parts.
Yeah, in our group, we seriously bring it. We really want to learn. So, anybody, Ben.
What was the last thing you said? What was the last part?
The bottom line.
The gist of it.
The bottom line is I want her to be able to sing, no tricks. I need things to do to put her through where it'll help her get to where when she sings, we don't have to use auto-tune. Anything like that.
Who's her favorite singers?
Welcome back, Brad.
Yeah, okay, sorry. I thought I had that computer in there set.
And you're glitching out, Brad. Okay, go ahead. Who's your favorite singers?
Okay, so my favorite top singer, of course, Spot knows. I say his name all the time. His name's Sam Smith.
And
then my other ones have to be...
Check.
We hear you, Brad.
Amy Winehouse, Ariana Grande, I'm trying to think of more. Adele, Norah Jones, Etta James being my favorite oldies singer. I don't know, a lot more. Katy Perry's one, Carrie Underwood, Lady Gaga, Christina Aguilera, Pharrell. He's one of my favorite singers too.
I would just make one suggestion. I'll get over to the pros. The one suggestion I would make is when you practice those singers, don't practice their habits. In other words, a lot of times when singers practice their favorite singer, they'll take on their bad habits. Like one of our singers says she loves Sade. Sade has terrible technique. That's my favorite band in the world. See, so when you're mimicking, sometimes when you're mimicking a tone of a Katy Perry or someone like that, I'm just saying, using her as an example, you'll take on her technique to make the same tone that she's making. So you have to find your voice within rehearsing those songs. That's just my little take on it.
Welcome back, Rick.
Apparently you guys had a question for me that I couldn't be here for.
The whole question over again.
Yep. Wait, hold on, Rick. Go ahead and answer, because then we're gonna throw this to Brad. He had a question for Brad. Do you have audio back, Rick?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay. The
All right,
basics of the question. Do you got the basic of it?
Yeah, just 100%.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you something about when you're working with younger artists. They have a natural innocence to them that you can use to tap into, because they see the world in a different light. You know, when you got bills, you got life, you got, you know, it's a whole different thing. So it's one thing, like, yeah, learn the Stevie Wonders, I would learn the greats, you know, go back in the day and see the young Stevie Wonder, you know what I'm saying, and get to the point where you pick things that pop at you, and you don't learn a song to learn a song, because I don't want you to get into that competitive space. But I want you to, when you hear a song and it appeals to you and you feel it and it says something to you in your innocence, then you learn it and you figure it out and you grab it and you make it yours. You know what I'm saying? Because it's so important to be so young, and what's gonna help you transcend as an artist and be, you know, in this competitive space is your innocence, because that's what people are trying to get back to, that you already have just because you're young. And you need to just, like, when something means something to you, when you hear it in a song that's existing, that's why I like to go back to the greats, you know what I'm saying? When you know, like, wow, I'm just me and names right now, like, you know, oh my goodness.
Frank Sinatra.
No, I'm talking like, you know, young Stevie Wonder days.
Oh yeah.
You know, because then you can start to bridge the gap between what's going on in today's age as to what went on in back then. Because I keep telling people, you can't reinvent the wheel. All you can do is make the wheel bigger, better, and brighter. So it's okay to pull from whoever. I mean, what are some of your favorite artists you like to listen
to? Amy Winehouse, Etta James, Ariana Grande, Katy Perry, Lady Gaga, Christina Aguilera, Pharrell.
She kills me with the Pharrell, but go ahead.
Okay, but now go back. I know it's hard. Like, if you go into your research, like, you need to start researching artists that are 30, 40 years back and see what your favorite is in that. The reason why is because these guys are already in this creative space. So if you start learning to sing a Katy Perry song, an Amy Winehouse song, that space has already been occupied. You understand what I'm saying? You need to find a space for yourself that makes you a unique artist. And so that's why I'm saying you have to, like, broaden your horizon of songs that you need to, like, get into and learn and hear. You know what I'm saying? And go back to them old black and white videos. Go on YouTube and look up some of them old songs and listen to them and see what appeals to you, because that'll also let your producers know, let Matt know where you want to be, because ultimately he can create you, which can work, or what he's trying to do is have you invent yourself. That's why he's having you sing like you're having a conversation singing, because now you're having to tap into a part of your brain that you're not accustomed to tapping into. So what I'm going to help you do is just have the research, but instead of you just going to what you know of the last 10 years, go back the last 40 or 50 years and then see what appeals to you. And you'll find you'll be tapping into some whole other new space. Because you have an innocence to yourself. You're going to be dope. Man, forget about it. And the fact is that you're you're around the right company, you're going to be phenomenal. But you just have to open up that repertoire, open up that palette, and you're going to win.
You have any questions for him?
No.
No, you got to have a question.
Hold on now. I'll hang out with no questions now. What's wrong with you?
Don't be scared.
And I was like, I don't know if Brad was hearing me earlier, but when she's rehearsing, the same thing that Rick just said, when you are rehearsing and practicing some of your favorite singers, the greats that he named have great technique. Brad was teaching me the other day about Katy Perry on certain phrases where the compression's kicking in, her technique is a little off. So sometimes when we practice these artists, we inherit their technique because we're trying to mimic that sound. And like Rick just said, why mimic the sound? You can get into a song by Katy Perry and find your own voice in there without mimicking and taking on some of her bad habits with vowel shapes and things of that nature.
And I've avoided having singers sing old songs or in anybody else's songs. But then there's also a thing of using those songs like say if you sing I Will Always Love You, and that can, like, some of these old songs, like slower songs or whatever, some of these songs are it's hard to sing them. Like even the national anthem, to just really sing the national anthem well, it takes a certain skill level. And so I'm like, yes, I'll have them, I see a use for using old songs and having them sing them, but I do not want her sounding like Sarah Vaughan.
That's why I said young Stevie Wonder. She ain't gonna sound like Stevie Wonder. And young Stevie Wonder, he was riffing. You gotta hear what I'm saying. That's why I could have been like, yeah, go back to her early, even, I won't even mention some of the female singers. I'm looking at like certain singers that have something she can pull from. And young Stevie Wonder, that man was a riff king. You know what I'm saying? He was riffing all day, but she won't sound like him. You know what I'm saying? But she'll pick up things that'll help the repertoire. You know what I'm saying? And
you know what it means by repertoire?
Nope.
Your tool set, all your tools. Like say we go into battle and I have 10 tools and all you have is one tool. Like I have 10 tools at my disposal. Like, or say I can attack you from water, and all you can do is fight on land. It's like you have this tool set.
Okay.
Yeah, that's basically it. That's all you need to be focusing. That's why he instead of you talking to people, you're singing to people, because he's just trying to have you create that tool set. That no matter what the environment is, you can shine. You know what I'm saying? But there is a freedom that you have that we don't have, and you need to embrace that freedom. You know what I'm saying? You need to embrace that innocence, that vibe where you're just figuring things out. It's okay to make mistakes. It's okay this is this place where you can make those errors. When you have a problem, voice them, because that's how you're going to learn. A lot of times kids get shy, get nervous, they don't know what to say, but just say it, because that's where you can figure it out. When you have a question, ask it. You know what I'm saying? If you have a problem, tell it. Because that's just going to make your whole vibe, your career, you as an artist have that longevity, because now you have so many things to your arsenal. It's going to change your game. That's the only reason why I was trying to figure out what male artists, because I know what you were saying. That's why I was naming male artists. I wasn't naming female artists. And for males, I named female artists, because it's like, yeah, if she give her a female artist, guess what she's going to do? She's going to try to sound, because she's in that range. You feel me?
Okay.
But when you find the great that's the total opposite, then what ends up happening is she's picking things, not trying to sound like things. Do you understand?
Yeah, I got you. Thank you.
Well, that's very important. People don't even understand. Like, there's a method to my madness, you know.
Now I forget who had a question for Brad. What James, was it you?
Yeah.
And then and Cori Jacobs, welcome. I got to throw this to get this question to Brad, but welcome, Cori Jacobs. Props to you, bro. All right, who had the question for Brad? Who had the question? Somebody had a question that Brad was about to answer, and then he didn't get a chance to.
Hey, he's not on. He's not with us right now.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
No, Brad's with us, but.
Oh, the guy who asked the question.
Yeah.
Russell.
Does anybody remember what his question was? It was Russell?
Yeah, I believe it was Russell.
It was Russell wanted to know how, as a new singer, what links or any advice you had as a brand new singer coming off the street that he could look at as just a layman that doesn't know anything about terms, tones, falsetto, any of those things. That was his question.
Okay. Well, first of all, stay with the street. I know that's going to sound bizarre, but stay with the street as much as you can, because all of this getting caught up in talking about how do you do this and how do you do that, and is so distracting from emotions that it can actually make it so that you don't have them anymore. You know, all you think about is, well, what's head voice, what's Ched voice, and blah 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 blah. So I would try to find a lot of the information that they're giving Kinsey right now is excellent, because it talks about finding the innocence of other singers and how they do things. And I apologize, I'm multitasking just a little bit here, but now I'm gonna do this again. I know I've got a good setup here, so I'm going to change links. So I'm going to disappear for just a second, and I'll be right back.
That's interesting that he answered it that way. Mott, you there? Because I always tell Russell he overthinks his singing a lot, and I just try to give him an example every now and again on how to do something. I wish he could sing for Brad so he could hear what he does. But he wants to get very technical. Maybe sometimes that's too much.
I don't hear you there, Brad.
All right. They said you're waiting on me?
Ma, one thing I wanted to tell Kinsey is that she mentioned Adele and Sam Smith as being some of her favorites, and we know that Sam Smith just had vocal surgery, and so did Adele by the same doctor that Steven Tyler used, because they have bad technique. So that's what I meant by, if you're practicing Adele, don't practice her technique or Sam Smith's technique.
That's where Brad comes in to help with that, yeah. Because I have Brad's actually working with her, and he brings that up to us all the time about the singers, or that exact thing where the singers are having to go get surgery and whatever. That's part of it, to help that not happen.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Okay. All right. Now let me change locations, and I can answer that question.
Hey, Cori, unmute. Well, Cori had posted something. I want him to actually say it.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hey, Cori.
Hey, what's up, Brad?
I won't see you soon. All right. Good to see you again. Okay, so the question was a newbie coming in to the industry as a singer. And basically what I was trying to say is stay as streetwise as you can. Stay natural. Stay away from too much technique. However, the anybody you can find that
of my belief system, can help you blend technique and emotion together so that you're getting exactly what you want without having to be frustrated about being taken down the wrong road. For instance, there are some very famous voice coaches out there who will take you down the wrong road because they do voice therapy for certain singers, and that makes them famous, but they don't help those singers with phrasing and style and all that because that comes from the street. And even when I'm coaching people to do it, it's still coming from inside of them. I can't create it. Everything that I'm doing is coming out of the person that I'm working with. And some people, somebody, I don't know who it was, did a study about emotions and on the Google, and apparently a lot of people believe that emotion cannot, if the singer doesn't already have the emotion, like Mary J. Blige, if they don't already have that, then they can't get it. Then, you know, throw them away. They're no good. That's not true because every person who has an emotion can express it. But they have to learn the general phrasing and feel and style of the genre that they're in before they can start to connect emotion and music together. And quite frankly, I think being a musician and a singer at the same time is an excellent idea. Singers who already play even the most simplest chords on the piano or can strum on the guitar a little bit are much easier to work with for everybody else around them. So since that person is gone, I don't know if that's enough. Can you guys give me an idea if that's enough?
That's going to have to be.
That was me. Yeah, that was good. Thank you very much. I dropped off by mistake.
Oh, it's okay, Rose. Like, I can give you more if you want.
Yeah, what I had asked was because I consider myself brand new at this, I wanted to kind of reprogram myself to get rid of all of it, not even start the habits up. Every time I start recording, I learn something new. I feel that I'm making improvements, but my core use of both technique and applying it to actual natural singing as opposed to recording, I feel like there's a lot to learn, but how can I start fresh so that I can just learn how to sing right in the first place?
Well, you know, people don't like it sometimes, but I have to say work with me would be the #1 thing to do. But I don't even know if you and I could work together. What part of the country are you in?
I'm in New Jersey.
Yeah, so I would have to work with you online, and you have to have a certain amount of ability to sing in a cappella. You need to do that, and we can try it. Be no cost. You know, we just try it. Be no cost to you. It doesn't work. But it really helps to have mentors. You can't discount those people. But I'm wondering if maybe you're recording a little too soon. And I don't mean that you shouldn't be recording. I mean that you shouldn't maybe expect to be trying to sell anything yet.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm not looking to sell per se just right away, but so far things are coming along very well. I do have my producer that's coaching me along, and what I meant by my question is I want to kind of replay the rules, if you will, and just learn the exercises. I was asking to see if anybody had links or anything like that of some different techniques that I could do for warm up. Like when you opened up today's session, you were doing all these different types of warm ups. Some I was familiar with, many I wasn't familiar with. So it's the basics like that I love to really get myself involved with, because I found, and just in this last month that I've been back to singing, just warming up makes a world of difference.
Yeah.
Joe is a good friend of mine. He's been teaching me a lot of things about breath control and pressure and different things like that. All these type of little things. If I just had a body, if you will, of things I could work on to get better every time I work on it. And even so much as how much practice per day should I be doing so that I'm not overdoing it? Because I find when I sing too much, I really feel it. So I'm obviously not doing something right.
Well, you need a private coach. There's a reason that in the upper level of voice that it's always been voice coach and student or voice teacher and student. And that reason is called feedback. So I never recommend any programs. I don't create any programs for people to sing. When I was working with Usheda, I was reading her. Yes, it's true that the exercises I give her were basic exercises I give to a lot of people, but I was reading how her range was reacting, what exercise was working for her, what wasn't. And so if you buy a program, and I've tried some of these programs, and I know what I'm doing, so I would know without the feedback how this program would be working for me or it's not working for me. And the biggest problem I've noticed is that for people who don't know, without that feedback, I don't care how good the program is, without that feedback, they're lost, and they could be building. I've seen this where people come into me and they said, "Oh, I studied for so and so years with so and so's vocal program. You know, they paid $300 for," and I swear it was hard for me to know where they started from, but I swear some of them were worse than where they started from, because they had developed habits that I'd never seen before, and they were bad habits. They weren't habits anybody would want. But you know, at least when you here's the way I look at it. I was a street singer, and so all of my habits I got on my own. I didn't pay anybody to give me bad habits. But if I'd bought one of those programs and tried it that way, then I would have paid somebody to get my bad habits. So I'd have been really pissed. So that's why I don't recommend those programs. There's just no way to get around the fact you need feedback, Russell. And if you couldn't afford me or we couldn't work out because you can't sing a cappella or whatever, I would recommend finding a voice coach you can afford and who is playing piano along with you, and as far as you can tell, are giving you habits that you're going to want in the future.
Right. I can actually sing a cappella. I mean, I've been singing for a long time. It's just, I know, like with my breathing and different things like that, I know I'm not doing it right. I'm singing in my head voice sometimes. I'm not using the tools the right way. So it's like, okay, well, how about why don't you learn which tools are what, and start from the beginning. That's kind of where my mindset is. Well, but, singing a cappella and stuff like that's not an issue per se.
Then I think we should work together.
Yeah, we should definitely talk about that. I'm very interested, and I like what I'm hearing so far, and that's why I've tuned in the second time. So I want to make some serious inroads, if you will.
Just the fact that people like Rick and Cori and I are on the same page is something that is very difficult to find. Most voice teachers are not on the same page as these guys.
Right.
They would think that advice was very bad. Just think about emotions. But what are you talking about? You don't even know what your diaphragm is. Well, that may be true, but the diaphragm works pretty well without conscious effort. It's only when it's not doing something right that you should think about it.
I like that perspective, because I did find that when I sing natural, especially if I suddenly stop thinking about the microphone and I start singing natural, my producer would be like, "Whoa!" Yes. I wasn't thinking about anything.
Yes.
I was just singing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so I see your point.
You might say that I train people not to think about anything but the story.
Gotcha.
Well, like I said, if there's a technical problem and that technical problem's getting in the way, should we deal with it? Absolutely. Of course we should. Be stupid not to. But should we let it become us as singers? No. Right. We can't allow that to happen. So even when I'm giving people vocal exercises, I'm attaching emotions to it. Like I told Usheda to sound like a little girl. Nay, 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 nay. Well, that automatically told her body a lot of correct things to do that I could give her a book on, and she'd never figure it out after reading the book 20 times.
Right, I got you.
And so it's like I say, it's very individual. And there are some singers I don't give nay to because they already have too much of it in their voice already.
Oh, wow. Gotcha.
Not very many, but it's happened. You know, the voice is so much up here all the time already that if I'm warming them up with this sound, nay, then it starts to enforce the bad sound in their voice.
Right.
So earlier when I was giving Usheda the ghost sound, I would tend to give a singer like that a lot more of the ghost sound. And then also I would give a singer like that a lot more rounded sounds like oh, because oh tends not to sound nasal for most people. But if it did sound nasal for a certain person, and that was the problem, then I would stay away from O. You see how it gets so that it's very...
Custom.
Yeah. Yeah.
I got you.
I think the human voice deserves more attention than, you know, a free YouTube video or whatever.
Yeah, I got you.
All right, what else, guys?
That's why I love Liza Minnelli, to watch her sing. Besides the Broadway technique, she sings with such emotion. You can just, whatever's on her face is coming out of her mouth.
Have you heard that recording? Did you say Judy Garland?
Say that again?
Her daughter.
Her daughter, oh, Liza, yeah.
No, I haven't.
If you want to see something really, to me it was sad, look up Judy Garland singing Somewhere Over the Rainbow live. It was on a TV show. What does that sound? Hello?
What sound? No, what is it? What do you mean?
Weird. I don't know. I guess it must be happening outside my house somewhere. Sounds like somebody's singing. That's what's bizarre. Anyway, she did it on a TV program, and that was the saddest. She sang "Somewhere Over the Rainbow." It was the saddest performance I've ever heard. Just.
That's such a difficult song too.
Yeah, and it was so real to her. It was just sad.
Now, Cori, what were you saying now? How does one know what the technique?
Which technique?
They were guys were talking about Sam Smith's voice, him needing the operations, and I forget who else needing operations. And then Cori says something about the techniques.
I think because I was mentioning. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Cori.
It was mentioned that Sam Smith, Tyler Perry, and Adele needed operations. And it was also mentioned that when you practice, don't pick up their techniques. But my question is there techniques? Are there techniques that apparent? Like a technique is like, I guess, how you position your tongue to say a word, or where you're getting your power from. It's like you can't really tell when you hear someone saying that. So how do you pick up something you can't see? That's my question.
Well, that's our training. Takes years.
Right, well, but for a new singer, when he said, well, if you're practicing if these are your favorite vocalists, then they don't pick up their techniques. But how do you if you're just starting out singing, how do you even know what a technique is?
Well, you need a guide again. You need a one-on-one coach. I mean, I've had clients come in and they say, I want to sing like this person. And we'll listen to it together. And I'll help them learn that phrasing, but avoid the tones that are creating the damage.
Mm. Mm.
And it takes what I call a person who can see with their ears.
Right.
When I learned to become a coach, I would call my mentor all the time and I'd say, what is this person doing? You know, and how can I help them? And it took a lot of months and even years to get to the point that I knew what I was talking about. That I was sure that I knew what I was talking about.
I agree. I think the aforementioned artists are, especially Adele, are artists that sing day in and I mean they're like 5-6 shows a week. So, and regardless of technique, it's still a muscle, and it's going to wear out. Like baseball players and athletes, they stretch, but they'll still pull a hamstring. And I think it's it's unavoidable. That
you can tire out anything. No,
right.
You're right about that. But we find as people who hear the way I hear, we hear things in people's voices that create damage that doesn't need to be there.
Right.
And so my goal is to keep them in their genre, let every emotion out possible, but do it in a way that you minimize the fatigue.
Mm.
And a lot of singers don't have that. They don't know what's causing the fatigue and what isn't. And so they're just kind of winging it and hoping that people will, that they won't run into trouble. I think we were talking about that earlier, and one of the things that gets a lot of the celebrities in trouble is that before they're celebrities, they don't sing a lot. They rehearse a couple times a week. They do maybe a couple of shows a month, and then you're right. All of a sudden, people say, "Hey, man, you're great. And you signed a contract, and we want to talk to you all the time, and now we want you out on the road and all this kind of stuff." They don't know what fatigue is, and so they don't know how to deal with it. And so then, unfortunately, it costs them a lot of money to have. Like I said, some of these famous people that go out to their sessions, go out on the road and fix their voices. That's voice therapy. That's not vocal training. And if you get the training done ahead of time, then that's also another thing you learn is, okay, how many times a week can I do a show? And when should I say no? And when and make them listen to me, because if they push me as far as let's say I'm Sam, and you push me as far as they push Sam, and I didn't know how to say no, look what happens. Now everybody's out of work for a couple of months. It isn't just the audiences that are pissed. Believe me.
Yeah, no, I know. I've been blessed to have worked with some celebrities and in noticing how they treat their vocals, it's really interesting. And one person that I was really impressed with, and I've never worked with him, but was always impressed with how Prince seems to never get hoarse, or how the screamo singers, the guys who do the death metal and they do the they never seem to get hoarse.
Well, I would have to, that's the thing is you actually have to know the person and how often they perform a week. Like, for instance, I remember someone in the industry happened to mention to me back in the 80s that Steve Tyler only did 2 shows a week. And that's how they did it. Well, most singers are not famous enough to pull that off. So they're not going to be able to say no like that. So again, my whole goal in life is, these questions you ask me is like, I want to get to each person, and I want to help them so it doesn't happen to them. And there are some ways to make sounds with your voice that are pretty ugly, that are not damaging. It's true. You watch Linkin Park. One of the things that Chester does is he wraps his hand around the mic when he does that, so he creates an acoustic chamber in there, and he's not near as loud as you think he is. And so a lot of people, when they scream, they don't scream that hard. They let the microphone do it for them, and then we turn up and we think, oh my God, how can anybody sing that loud? Well, they're not singing that loud.
With
and
these
monitors, you know. Go ahead, Mont.
Well, I was gonna say with these people singing like 5 shows a week, what I used to trip out was like Michael Jackson. He would when he would do the interviews, the way he was talking, and then he would, well, I just put it this way, what they did off stage. There was a lot of things that people were doing off stage, like not talking, or when they'd go to do interviews, they talk in a certain voice where it was less stressful on their voice. I used to think people were rude until you get educated to find out, no, it's not that that person doesn't necessarily want to speak to you. They're saving their voice.
Right.
Anyway, there's just things that people are doing when they're not on stage to help recuperate. But I noticed that about Prince. Every time he goes to perform, there's no vocal issue. I've personally seen him live in concert twice, and it's like there's nothing wrong with him, period.
All right. Well, one thing he does, he's a natural tenor, so singing high comes pretty natural to him where he doesn't get tired, but he doesn't sing high very often. Not really. If you look at the keys he sings in, he sings a very comfortable key, and that can make a huge difference.
And that's interesting you say that, we kind of call that the vocal hygiene, what you're doing off the stage, like we were mentioning in the last hangout, speaking correctly. A lot of people don't speak correctly. And Brad, what I was trying to get Russell to do is sing in his speaking voice. He speaks and sings totally differently. So preservation of the voice has a lot to do with when you're not singing. Speaking correctly, not speaking to the the end of your breath, and using your diaphragm the way it's supposed to be used while you're speaking. Speaking in a comfortable tone. And, those things really preserve the voice.
No, you're right. I had to learn that in order to save my voice for coaching. When I started doing a lot of coaching, I was losing my voice from talking. And I realized that I was talking down here a lot. I was letting my vocal cords kind of rub each other. Kind of low energy, really not blowing enough air. And so I've raised it. I used to read out loud in books that I didn't care anything about, and I raised that speaking level so that there's enough energy there to keep it from getting hoarse. Anybody else? We've been going this a long time. How did we lose Rick?
He dropped offline, and it might be because he has a session.
Probably.
He comes on here in between sessions. Like he'll be working with Busta, and if they leave, he comes online and does something with us, and then disappears on us.
Well, that's cool. Nice guy.
And Kenzie's about to supposed to start training her for this the voice, and like there is nothing in me that wants to train her to where she's competing. Like when you said that earlier, Brad, that hit home, because there's nothing in me that wants me to train her to try to compete. I want her to do what she's been doing, which is we work on getting her to feel the song, feel those lyrics, connect with them, and express those emotions. Like get into those emotions and let that speak out. Let the melody come from the emotion. Type stuff.
You're right, and now you're reminding me I'm going to be working again in an hour. I better take a break.
Okay.
Because you and I will be talking to Kenzie both on that issue, and I think it's possible to be both, but it you just add a lot of difficulty to your life, I think. But anyway, guys, so let's call it.
Okay. Well, I don't even know how to train her to compete. There's nothing that has ever been gone there. I'd have to go to you and Cori and people like y'all.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I do know how. So.
You say unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yeah, I went through that period in my life. So we'll talk about it. And we'll figure out what we're going to do in 2 weeks. I don't know what we'll do in 2 weeks, but we'll do something in 2 weeks.
Okay. You want to do it at 4 instead of 5, right?
Yeah.
She would like to do her training session at 4 if you're available.
Right now?
At 4. It's 3.
It's 3. Oh, sorry. This computer's got the wrong time on it. Okay. Yeah, we can do that in an hour. That's okay.
Okay.
Right, guys, take care.
You know, she
Thank
she
you
has
very
some
much.
stuff to do. You know, she's 14 years old. She has some stuff to do. You know.
Yeah, I got it. I got it. Talk to you later.
All right, bro. Hey, Cori. When like prepping her for this, I don't know, you, Usheda, Joe, some of you guys, somebody, prepping her for a competition. Like I said, I have never even thought about trying to make somebody compete with another singer. It's always been about me experiencing what Marvin Gaye made me feel, or somebody like that. So, what would a person do? Well, you guys see where I'm going. Should I train her to actually try to compete? What are y'all's thoughts? What's the deal?
I think first of all, it's how you doing, girl? First of all, you can't think of it as a competition. It's not a competition because every single person who is sitting in front of those judges, they are bringing themselves to the table. It's not about winning. It's not about losing. If anything, it's about growth and learning. Because whether you win or whether you lose, you learn way more when you lose than if you win. If you win, okay, you get on The Voice, and then you go from there. So what I would do is, if you know which songs you're going to sing, I would know everything there is to know about who wrote the song, why the song was written, what the song is about, the emotion based on each line of the song, the chorus and how it transitions into verse 2, the intro and how you approach it. That's what, if you can make people feel like it's an experience and not a vocal competition, then the judges are like, we got to have this one. Because she's not singing, she's being. So the preparation is everything you feel, everything you sing, it should be the emotion behind it. The emotion is worth way more than the technique. Even if you could have the worst technique in the world, but if you can deliver an emotion and you can make people believe what you're singing, then later on you could probably, your voice might go out. Or Louis Armstrong didn't have the greatest trumpet technique. He didn't have his trumpet teachers, none of them had great technique. By the time he was well into playing trumpet, he was cutting calluses off of his lips with a razor blade. But dude could play. And it was that's the thing.
Are you for real, bro?
My Louis Armstrong is my mother's favorite artist. So I read books on Louis, saw documentaries on Louis Armstrong. An amazing cat from New Orleans. He was a pothead, but amazing. Come from the dirt, and just became this ambassador.
And the first person to put riffing commercially on a record was Louis Armstrong. Scatting and riffing was Louis Armstrong.
Yeah.
To bend notes and riff, he was the first one to put it on a record.
Bro, that's
not
cool.
saying that they weren't doing it in Louisiana, which I'm sure plenty of them were doing it, but commercially, he's the one that was the first one to do it.
Joe, that's cool, but he said cutting calluses off his lips.
Yeah, with a razor blade.
That is unbelievable. I didn't know that. So his technique was that bad?
Wow. I mean, he could play the trumpet, but there were times when he would get blisters so bad, he would go to hit high notes and they would burst and there would just be blood everywhere.
Oh my gosh.
But that's the love of it. To me, and he still kept playing. Do you know how many piano players would quit after they get carpal tunnel? I mean, piano's my instrument, and I know piano players who have taken the webbing from between their index finger and their thumb and have cut it out so they could hit bigger chords. And I know I've seen a piano player take his fingers and pull them all the way back to his wrist so he could hit bigger chords. It's, you do what you got to do because you want to do it. So, but I'm not telling Mackenzie to do some crazy stuff for this competition. The competition is not the end-all be-all. So whether you win or lose, if you love doing music, you'll find a way to do music. But in preparation for it, find out what songs you're going to do or what song you're going to do, and know that song frontwards, backwards, And when you sing it for complete total strangers. Sing it out in the street and have people stop and just listen to you. If you can get a complete stranger to listen to you for the entire song, then you've got it. You're ready. You're ready to perform. And I think the most thing I would say would, do not worry about the other singers and what they do. Because first of all, these competitions are like every other competition. There is a lot of money coming in on The Voice. There's a lot of money with American Idol, and there's a lot of money with America's Got Talent, Britain's Got Talent. So these people have to sell advertising space. So when they have these auditions, you must believe that a great percentage of the time have already picked their contestants, have already even picked their winners, because it's about money. So in this, I would go into it saying, I'm going to learn something, Mackenzie. I'm going to sing for these people, and should you get in, yes, they could change your life. Yes, your whole diaspora will change. You'll become this ebullient person. But have you learned something? And technique is important, and emotion is important, and money is important. But if you love what you do, if you love to sing and you love to write music, no matter what happens, you will find a way to do that.
Anybody else? Usheda, Russell, Ben?
I was going to say I actually agree with what he said, because I've sang in a couple of competitions, not on that scale, but I didn't go in thinking that I was competing against people, because if I had begun to think that, I would have already sounded terrible from the first note that would have come out of my mouth. So what I really did was I got up there and I sang for myself. I sang where I said, you know what, this is how I like to do it. This is what I know I'll sound good, and I'm going to do this for myself. I'm not going to do this to impress them. I'm going to be Usheda, because at the end of the day, if they like Usheda, then that's what matters, and that's going to go through, you know. So I just kind of just was myself, and I didn't put myself in competition mode. Not like, when I was a cheerleader, then I was out there to bust everybody's butt, but but singing, I just became Usheda, and I went forward with just being me.
I hate vocal competitions. I hate vocal competitions. I hate vocal competitions. Because what can happen is you're going to go there, you're going to hear people. That's why I like what Cori just said and what Usheda just said, because you're going to go there and you're going to hear people that you're going to perceive to be better than you. But they're not better than you. They're just great at their technique. You got to become great at your technique. And you're going to go to that competition. You're going to hear people singing that Whitney Houston and that Ariana Grande. You're going to be like, damn, I don't think I'm going to make it. But guess what? They singing Whitney Houston and Ariana Grande, and it's mimicking. So they're not going to make it in the true marketplace, which is selling records and furthering yourself after the competition. You can't name 10 people that have won a competition that had a #1 record. Name them right now. You cannot. You can't even name 5. You see what I'm saying? So, like Clive Davis said, it's about after that competition. Can you make a record? I work with the winner of The Voice. What's his name? Sing backgrounds with Alicia Keys. What's the man's name again? He was up there at our publishing company. He was a great singer, but he didn't have records. So those vocal competitions, Cori just said it, is about those producers know we need a certain amount of black people. We need somebody that's funny. This Indian is going to work, because it's just, if you do it, don't hold it to heart. Whatever they say and whatever the outcome is, even if you win, keep grinding.
That is so true, because I used to, I'm from Virginia, and I'd have to go with my grandmother to church, and I would get up there and I would hear my cousins singing with these big old gospel voices, and I'm like, I can't sing like that. And I wouldn't sing, and they'd be like, get up there and sing, and I wouldn't sing because I would be so intimidated, and I had to really get out of that. And then when I got out of it and I would sing, everybody would be like, you should have been singing the whole time, so you just got to be who you are, be yourself.
Ben?
Yeah, I could say something on it. Competition, everybody deals with competition differently. Like, every human being has a different competition level of what's it called, tolerance. I'm not very good at it, but like I follow professional surfing. That's my favorite sport. There's this one guy named Kelly Slater that's dominated the world of surfing for 12 years, like ridiculously untouchable surfer. And the guy is so competitive. Like, he goes into every situation. He's sussing out all his competitors. He'll study the waves, the patterns. And, you know, that's not my personality, but I wish that I had more of a – I wish that me personally that I could deal with competition better than I do. I have a very low tolerance. So it's interesting hearing, you know, like people's different takes on competition, but the truth of the matter is the world is kind of competitive. So for a youngster, I wouldn't necessarily say don't ever compete or don't. You got to learn some competitive skills from somewhere, but I'm not saying compete with others or try to be better than. Maybe it's just a matter of learning how to compete with yourself, or whatever's going to drive you to be the best you that you can be. You got to tap into that. Whatever's going to make you not procrastinate, whatever's going to make you get up in the morning and do what you got to do to be the better you got to tune into that at an early age, so that, you know, as time goes by the time you're 18 or 25, you've really maximized your potential as a person. And it's like I said, it's different for every person how they're able to motivate themselves to bring the best out of them. But I think there is such a thing as healthy competition. I'm not good at it, so I wish that I was, though, because I've been in a lot of situations where there might have been a really big opportunity for me, but because I'm such a bad competitor, and because competition makes my stomach turn and I get queasy, I might not step in the door. I might just go a different direction and just close the possibilities of what opportunities would have been there because I was averse to competition. So that's the other side of it. It's a little bit of a devil's advocate.
The good thing about Mackenzie is she has a very magnetic personality. And when I first met her and I saw that smile and her personality, I was like, that's it. That's the presence of a superstar. And if that can be preserved and even viewed when she walks into that room to sing the song, it's a wrap. That's everything for. So they're honestly, if she knows the song and she can sing it and she can portray it, she can become an actor, then she's out of here. So it's just a matter of, you have to view competition like actors. There are some of the greatest actors in the world we will never hear from. For one reason, they love to act and they have very poor agents or very poor business managers. But they're really great actors. And some people say it's the right place at the right time. And then some people say, well, it's who you're sleeping with. I say it's all of the above. But if you love what you do, what you are looking for, the universe has got to give it to you. So it's just a matter of waiting and keep doing what you're doing. Wait, and it's coming, because the law of attraction is real.
You know what the law of attraction is? Anybody want to explain?
Usheda, tell her what the law of attraction is.
I was just about to. The law of attraction is, and this is my interpretation, anybody else can come in and say whatever they like, but the law of attraction is whatever you think, whatever you feel, whatever you say, whatever you do is what you're going to be attracting into your life. So if you think, breathe, and everything is music, you're going to be bringing in more people that do the same thing in reference to music. So it's like whatever is on your conscience, your subconscious mind is what you're going to be attracting. So the law of attraction, as well as the law of manifestation, kind of go together. So it's like whatever you think, whatever you feel is what you're manifesting and creating into your life, into your space.
That's exactly it. Your belief system. If you believe, then that's what's going to happen.
Well put, and extremely true.
Look at Hitler. Hitler's belief system was, I'm going to rule the world, and I'm going to build a master race, and I'm going to have this shrine, and we're going to rule. We're going to be the first civilization to rule for over 1,000 years. And he put that to the test, and he went for it.
Yes,
Didn't get there, but also in the law of attraction is that anything and everything that can possibly happen is happening all at the same time. So it's a matter of access. The reason Christ was able to raise people from the dead and do what he was able to, all of these miracles, was because he was able to access the parallel universes where those things did exist.
Yes.
The person who had died, he was able to access that parallel universe where that person never died, and was able to bring that into the realm that we are in. Now, Jesus, Buddha, Elijah Muhammad, Hare Krishna, you name it. These were masters. These were people who not one of these people started a religion. It was everyone around them that started this. But their belief system was so intact that it was just a no-brainer. So Mackenzie, if you believe, then it's going to happen. But The Voice is cool. I mean, I've worked with someone who was on The Voice and absolutely was murdering the vocals. And she's an absolute pro. And I was like, I thought she was a judge. But when I saw her competing, I was like, whoa, but did not win. The point of a lot of these competitions is to put you in front of millions of people to build your fan base. That's why you say. And there's another, I know another artist that I worked with, and I was like, what's she doing on there? But it's not. It's now they can stick you in front of millions of people and say, okay, we're building your fan base. Now when you go out on the road, you got more people there. So when you go to the competition, Mackenzie, bring your notebook or your iPad and get emails and build your Twitter, build your Instagram following, and build your brand. Find out what your brand is and build it, because music is no longer about music. It's about what goes around it. You will never, ever, ever, I mean, I'm probably the only one in the room who lived and actually saw people standing outside of record stores waiting for a record to be released. That'll never happen again. Waiting for Michael Jackson's record to come out, or Prince's record to come out, or the Isley Brothers. And there's a line. Now it's Xbox. It's PlayStation 2. It's a Black Friday. So music is so accessible that we have to put it next to something else in order to give it its validity.
Man, Cori, I wish you were on our panel in New York. We had Thursday, and that was one of the main subjects of this going off subject a little bit, this corporate branding. Like, why do we have to put our music with Sprite to get my message across? You know,
because people drink Sprite.
And the access, like you said, it's just so different now.
Yeah.
You know, we come from the same era, you know, where people used to stand outside like they do for Jordans now to get a damn record. So when you said, Cori, I got chills because it's so true. Those days are like gone. The special, you know, couldn't wait to crack open that plastic and read the notes inside and read. You thought when you heard it on the radio, you thought he was saying this, but then when you got those lyrics, you found out he was saying that, and it was just such a that was just such a good feeling, man. Back then, you know, you write those lyrics out to your girlfriend and stuff, and I don't think people do that no more.
No.
I remember Public Enemy, KRS-One, Too Short, NWA, when Ice Cube broke free, all that. It was crazy. Yeah, I clearly remember that.
So we need artists like you, young lady, to bring that realness back. You know, don't get caught up in the seemingly overnight success of some of the YouTube stars. You know, look at the grind of using a new artist. Look at the grind of a Bruno Mars. Look at his true story, the true story behind Taylor Swift. How did she get there? She's not YouTube. She did her shit on foot.
Yeah.
She had a big producer pushing her, a Grammy-winning and CMA Country Music Award-winning producer. He couldn't get her a deal, so he had to print up CDs and go stand outside places and hand them out. And her demo got popular. He said, I loved her and stuck with her because she stood in the rain outside the MTV Awards and handed her CD.
Hallelujah!
And he stuck with her. So don't be fooled by these YouTubers, these overnight so-called successes.
Now,
Bring that real back, girl. You got mine, you got Brad and Cori and all these people helping you. You got a good start.
Man, if you stand out in the rain, and that's the reason I've broken things off with artists that I worked with, because I'm not doing this, or I'm not going. I mean, how bad do you want it? Some people only see the end result, and they don't want to see the road. They want to be there already. That's, man. And let me, man. One of my relatives is an icon. I'm not gonna say his name. He was a legend, and has told me, said, I've been to the top. I've seen it all. Any and everything you could possibly think about, I have had. There is nothing I haven't done. This man is content with a laptop, a controller, a USB microphone, and GarageBand. Writing his songs to this day. And that, to me, is the love of what one does. And I've taken friends over and said, you got to meet this guy, you got to meet this guy. And they were a bit disappointed in how he lives his life. And they were like, well, he shouldn't be living like this. He should be this. He should be that. He should be, you know, have him make a comeback. But I'm like, did you see that smile on his face? Did you see that energy coming from him? He don't care about the cars or the women or the, you know, if you hit that point in your life where I'm gonna do this, if I have a laptop or if I have a big $1 million studio, I'm still gonna make some music. Then
I didn't know that. I'm sorry. I didn't know that Bill Withers was still working at Boeing the whole time. I just found that out last night.
Really?
I almost fell out my damn chair when my boy told me. He said, hey, he saw a documentary. Said he was working at Boeing, and the other employees are going, "What are you doing here?" He said, "Because I love working on these planes."
And that's the thing. It's the same thing when you see the really, really, really hot chick with the huge fat guy, and you're like, how the hell did he get her? For some reason, she loves that dude, and obviously he loves her. Might be for superficial reasons, but he probably loves her. But it is not about what you see on the outside. It is the inside, and if your insides are pure and your intentions are pure, it don't matter. It doesn't matter. You will find a way to do it. So that's why. The whole point I'm trying to make is that the voice is not the end-all, be-all. You know, it is, you gotta love doing it. Mackenzie, you gotta love singing. You gotta love singing. And if you don't win, or if you don't even get past that first round, please do not be crushed, because those people are not in it for your best interest. And I know you have a good voice. I've heard you sing in person. You have the it factor, but you have to go through what Prince went through. He's been booed off stage. Anita Baker was told that you will never make it in the music business.
Lauryn Hill.
And I work with that broad. Work with Lauryn Hill. Lauryn Hill was the one. I mean, I got so many Lauryn Hill stories, but same thing. It was the love of doing music. And it had nothing to do. One Lauryn Hill story. She came into rehearsal one day and she said, "What can we do to make this sound fat?" And we all looked at her, and we just started rattling off. You know, we need this laptop. We need this program. The next day, all of that stuff was there. She didn't care about how much it cost. she didn't care about she cared about sounding good because I know this is being recorded, so I digress. But the point I want to make is not the end all be all as far as The Voice is concerned, or any of these shows that can change your life in an instant. Some of the people that we respect have not won a competition. And then the people that we do respect, like look at TLC and Tony Braxton and how their record deals came out and how much they've been ripped off. Yes. You know what I mean? You have to look at that, and you have to look at and you have to respect people like Macklemore who do it all independently, get all the way to the Grammys, and they've got songs on their record that talk about bad record deals. And that is the whole thing I'm just trying to say is just love it, Mackenzie. Just love it. If you love a person enough, if they get in a car accident and their face is like half there, because you love them, you're there every day putting the ointment on that messed up side of their face. Going, oh, you all right here? Let me come feed you. That's love. The same thing with music. Stevie Wonder can't see. I did a tour. I toured with another celebrity who's passed, but I played opposite of Ellis Hall. Ellis Hall is one of the best keyboard players, drummers, bass players, and guitar players I have ever heard in my life. Completely blind. My favorite piano player, Art Tatum, legally blind. These people don't let anything stop them. So I'm only saying that because if you don't win, Mackenzie, don't be crushed. You know, and if you were older, I would be using all kind of expletives and curse words. But I'm just saying, don't be crushed. So that's my whole point. I know it's a big deal, but it's not a big deal because you're gonna go in there and you're gonna own it just as much as you're listening to all those other singers. They're gonna be listening to you. Who is that little girl? Who is she? And they're gonna be just as nervous because they heard you hit a right note. But if you go in there and you own it, and you walk into that room, and you schmooze the judges. First of all, they're gonna love you. They're gonna really fall in love with your personality. So, I would just be like, find the song you're gonna sing and sing it. That's all it is.
Sing it.
Sing it, girl.
Sing, girl.
Some guy was at the World Series, and he's at the end of the World Series. They interviewed him, and they left the camera running, and at the end, the interview was over, and he goes, "So, this is it? It's just another baseball game."
Because you know what? The true champions, that's how they look at it. It's on to the next. Right. They won. They don't forgot about that. And see, that's what happens with a lot of the contest singers that win. They don't have the right management. They have a lot of yes people around them because they want to be a part of that momentum. And they're not saying to them, this is not a good record, or we need to find the right record. That your image. You know, they have a lot of yes people around them, so they fall into that pitfall, and you never hear or see from them again.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's what you don't want. You want people like and people that he exposes you to tell you what you're doing wrong. I don't need to tell you what you're doing right. But you already know you're doing it right. You know, keep it moving. You win. Hey, on to the next. Now I need to put my damn record out, and I don't care about what I just won 2 days ago. It's over with. Listen, I forgot what football player said. They won the Super Bowl, and he said he's going to take 1 week off, and he's back at training to get ready because he wants to win another one. Oh, that was LeBron and them. They said they're going to be right in the gym a couple weeks after I think they won against the Spurs, even though they lost it next year, but they went right back in the gym like 2 weeks after the fact. So you got to get that championship mentality. Watch all of those type of things, not just about singers, but about basketball players, football players, ballerinas, the greats.
That's
the
right.
Greats. That like Cori said, the greats.
What I'm looking for is what I really want out of her is to become, say, the best at making us cry. Like if she were to make these young gentlemen on here cry, like if I was actually see Russell start crying and do this stuff like this right here because she's singing that, you know, or if the lyric calls for us to laugh and be happy, she become the best at making us do that. That's what I'm actually looking for.
invoke the emotions out of people.
Yeah.
A person can only give you what's inside of them. If she gets those emotions from when she reads the lyric.
Oh God, I was just about to say that.
Yeah. Oh no, go ahead, say it, y'all. I've been talking. About it.
I was gonna say, if you can make your own damn self cry when you sing it.
Thank you.
Well, hold on
And
now,
you
because I
doing it.
got somebody, they were crying, and I started laughing, because...
No, listen. Hey, listen, I don't want to sound like no vocal virtuoso, but it's been days when I rehearsed and I said, "You a bad motherfucker." Excuse my language.
Woo!
Yeah, well, it's kind of funny, because once, you know, all you guys got us to where, like we got onto that track where get the singer to feel these emotions. Now I'm looking at all these people crying as they sing, and then the next thing was, okay, now make sure that I feel that, not just that, because that was one thing, is making the singer feel that, and then the next was making the listener feel it, because it's a spectacle to see someone cry, like you see a car crash, and that'll affect you a certain way. Sometimes I laugh when they cry, so some stuff. But if that person can then, like you'll see an actor go into that mode, everybody's like, oh my God, and then they say, okay, y'all ready for another take? And it's like, they weren't even really feeling it, or if they were, they snapped out of it, whatever. It's like in, out, and they're like flawless with it. I want her to be able to just, you know, like sing to Russell, and Russell, if she's, you know, I'm finna watch this, man, I'm finna make Russell start laughing, just horrific big old laugh, and she sings and he does that, and then she says, and then I'm gonna say these 3 words, and this man's gonna start tearing up and just crying like a baby, and she does it. That's where the money is for me. That's the thing, and I've seen this happen in conversation, where a buddy of mine, we were at this private party get together, and he turns to this woman and said, I understand. He says, I can see it on your face, I understand, and starts talking about, it was kind of vague what he was saying, and then he said some stuff about kids and her having to do all the work and carry everybody on her back and blah, blah, blah. And it was like a 20-second conversation where he just spilled out some stuff, and she just started bawling, and I was like, whoa. I was like, bro, I got to have some of this. And he was doing it from person to person, messing them up. And from that moment on, I was like, okay, we got music playing, we got people singing, hitting all kinds of notes. He was just talking. I said, these singers have got to be able to do that, where they can just walk up and make Cori, you know, cry like a little old baby, and make Joe, some snot start running down Joe's nose, you know, stuff like that.
And I will say one thing, that you have to work out. You have to run. You have to get your core muscles strong.
That's true.
Yep.
You have to work out. That is so imperative. One thing about New Edition, Cori, you probably know this, Cori, them boys, when they was on tour with Brooke Payne, on tour, they was doing their 5 miles every day. Every day. They had to run because they had to dance and sing. Yes. And we all still want to know, I mean, maybe Cori, Amant, you guys have more of the LA vibe going on. Was Michael Jackson really crying on She's Out of My Life? Because he sure made me feel like crying. You see what I mean? He brought that emotion out on that song, like, damn, this man is in the studio crying.
A friend of mine sang with Michael for 15 years. He did the Bad History and the Dangerous tour. And if you watch the movie This Is It, and you can see Michael beatboxing, you can see him, every time he went into one of the songs, it was like the record. It was like he was recording again. Michael never did anything haphazardly or as a matter of fact. It was because he gave the music that much respect. Every single time. I did a rehearsal, so many stories. I did a rehearsal with George Clinton. Rehearsal was supposed to start at midnight. So at 4 in the morning when we decided to rehearse, it was George's turn to get up. George got up on that mic like we were at Madison Square Garden, like we were at the Arco Arena or the Staples Center, and I was floored because I was like, this man is singing like when he's done, they're gonna chop his head off. And again, it all boils.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Yep. The publishing company I'm at, they came out and saw us at a show. We got booked at Valentine's Day show. It was about 2 people there. And one thing when we got back to the office Monday that he said about us, there's only 3 of us on stage, is that you guys perform like you were Madison Square Garden. And I said to him, I don't give a damn if it was the bartender and the peanuts on the stage. That's how I'm going to do every time. Yeah. That's the thing you have to take into account, Mackenzie, whether you're alone singing to yourself or you singing in the studio or you singing to the millions of people on one of them contest shows. Bring, like Cori just said, when 4 o'clock in the morning, George Clinton, come on, that's very difficult to do. To bring it at a rehearsal at 4 in the morning, like you would, and the band going, what the hell? Is the show tonight or what? What's going on here?
That's exactly what I thought. I was like, wow.
Now, I'm going to say, as the type of singers that I like, all bring emotions. The ones that I'm attracted to, they bring emotion. They don't bring emotion, I'm not interested. I find myself listening more to some of my older music than I do the newer music because they bring that emotion. It's not just about what's the latest sound. It's not just about, how can I get the most attention. It's about how can I put myself on that piece, and it's going to be memorable, and people are going to play that for various events and various circumstances, and you know what I'm saying? And that's the kind of artist that gets my attention, and then I'm hoping to be. It's like a personal soundtrack.
People beat Pharrell up for using stock sounds, but what it seems to me that people missed was he used stock sounds to slay, to make hits. And I understand having distinct sounds, but the reality is this man is so capable that he used stock sounds and made those hits.
Man, they used to rag on him with that.
That's serious.
I mean, he gets a lot of props because he's like, it's not about the sound, it's about the song. You can have if you listen to the radio, they use the same sounds on especially in hip hop. They haven't changed drums in hip hop in 15 years, or in 40 years if you really look at it, because the H rhythm drum machine, which is what Sly Stone was using, was the first one to record with. They use those same exact sounds today. Very few people, only on the underground. If you listen to a lot of SoundCloud, then you hear a lot of up and coming producers using different sounds and people who take a lot of different risks with arrangements, with melodies, with everything. But in the corporate world or the mainstream world, there are labels who won't mess with you if we don't like your sounds. So, but Pharrell, for him to make hits like the way he's making them with stock sounds and not even caring, I mean, come on.
And now he beats on trash cans and all kinds of stuff. It's funny. If you're good, you're good.
Yeah.
That's it. That's what it boils down to.
Okay, I put the link in here in case for anybody who hadn't heard the session that me and Kenzie did. I had her sing this to the same music 15 times, and as we were doing it, I would say stuff. I'd ask. We started writing down stuff like emotional stuff, like I think we asked her a couple of questions like, "How do you feel?" Blah blah blah, and whatever she said, if it sparked something emotionally, we just wrote it down, and then after every take, we say something like, okay, now you're mad at your mom because she did such and such when you were a kid. Remember you told me about that? And then she'd sing and have that. We'd say, okay, sing with that feeling. And, she'd go through and run the line. Then we'd come back and say, okay, remember when your dad didn't give you your allowance and blah, 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 blah. And she just ran through singing these lines. And some of the stuff that she was coming up with, I was like, damn, what's wrong with you? Because one of the lyric was something like pain and hurt.
I know the lyric. You got me feeling like pain is the only love I know.
Yes, pain and hurt are the only love I know. I'm like,
I was blown away when I heard that.
And like that was one of the takes I was playing out of the 15, and I'm looking like, what the hell is wrong with you? Pain and hurt are the only love I know?
At 14. But that's vulnerability. She's allowing herself to be vulnerable. And that's what people connect with. Because people will give you back what you give them. I was an artist that I had worked with, loves ballads. Ballads. Her whole show was ballads. So she did a show, and my friend said, hey, your girl came through, and she did 5 ballads in a row. If you give people 5 slow, chill songs, they're going to give you back a 5 slow, chill song vibe. They're all going to be sleep. But if you give people a roller coaster ride, they're going to give you back the energy you give them. And the same with the judges. When you walk into that room, they're looking at you to see where you uncomfortable, because you're going to be in front of millions of people. And if you look nervous in front of millions of people, they're going to be like, nope, can't use her. But if you go in there and you're like, I'm about to rip this up, and they're going to be like, oh, and nothing will be said. As human beings, we communicated telepathically before we started using our mouths to talk. It was just all brain. We just look at each other. So if there were any preparation, prepare her to exude her energy when she walks through that door. And just hit the judges with vibe without even saying a word. Presence. Very few people can do that. Sade could stand there and you would just look at her for 2 hours straight. Erykah Badu is another one. Don't dance, don't move around, barely just move. Luther Vandross. Very few people have the presence where you can just watch them sing and not get bored.
There's all types of stuff that'll give off clues. Your dress, your mannerisms.
Yeah.
A person could be walking through the mall and you look at them, and it's like, wow, that person is confident. And I mean, there's all types of clues that you'll give off, and if you're feeling it inside, it's the same with the singing. It's like if you're feeling unsure, your movements, whatever, it all comes out. So, anything else from anybody? That's a no. Did any of you guys listen to the link that I posted? For anybody online watching, you go to Pensado Students, and you can search the group, the Pensado Students Facebook group, for Ma'at Hotep, M-A-A-T space H-O-T-E-P, and then the word Kinsey, which is her name, K-I-N-Z-I-E, and it'll pop up. It says, I need your help, or something like that. You read it and just make a comment on it, something that would help me develop her. All right, was there anything else you guys wanted to talk about before we cut out?
That was
good. It was awesome.
Dope hangout today, Mike. Thanks, man.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Thank you.
Learned a lot.
Don't forget, Missy, work out.
And
Cori, I just added you on Facebook.
Oh, cool. I'm
For y'all that didn't catch it, that was
those
Rick
sit-ups.
St-Hilaire.
Get that core right. Start working out.
yoga.
Yeah, I do that every day.
Okay.
It was Rick St-Hilaire, Rick, R-I-C-K space S-T-H-I-L-A-I-R-E. I don't think he's on Facebook, but you can add him on Google Plus or find him on Google Plus. And who else popped in? Cori popped in. Ben. Cori, you guys are all on Facebook, right?
I am.
Yeah, you guys are all on Facebook. So you can find us on Facebook, Joe Adams, Russell Simmons. Did I say it right? Russell?
Yes, you did. It's actually Russell L. Simmons Sr.
Yeah, and this ain't dude's daddy from Def Jam. It's different.
That's
Russell.
right.
You got Usheda. Usheda, what are you on Facebook? What are you on under?
Usheda.
Usheda.
Yep.
And then
Just
Cori
Usheda.
Jacobs. Then Cori Jacobs is C-O-R-I Jacobs. And you can, like, for Cori, singers, anybody doing singer stuff, get on YouTube and look for Cori Jacobs. Let's see, Keisha Burns, Cori Jacobs and Keisha Burns. Watch that one. I don't know, Cori Jacobs Mod Hotep. And watch those videos if you want to check out some of the stuff that Cori's doing. And of course, Brad Chapman vocal pre-production. You know, get on YouTube, look at that. We've got hangouts with Herb Trowick. That thing's like 6.5 hours long. He covers all kinds of stuff, from Suge Knight, the Soul Train, Solar Records, Solar Records, Soul Train's record label. But he covers all kinds of stuff. But there's all kinds of hangouts, from engineering to production. We're going to do some songwriting stuff. We're actually going to create songs live on air like this, grab singers like Usheda, her, and producers, and we just creating stuff, like come up with the melodies and start writing, brainstorm, just to have fun and demonstrate techniques for coming up with stuff that work. So is there anything, huh?
I said cool.
So is there anything from you guys before we head out, or no?
If I wanted to work with you, what I need to do, just talk to you on the messenger and go from there?
Yes, and what would you like to work with me to do?
Well, you're a producer and a songwriter.
Yes. Oh, I didn't know. People around here, we do a lot of training and exercises where I get on the internet with people, like when I start talking songwriting, I'm teaching her how to songwrite, and part of the songwriting is like a guitarist will get on and you'll hear a guitarist talking about their songwriting when they're creating those melodies, and I'll have her, like, we listen to guitars, she practice imitating those guitars to get those inflections, and then do a guitar vocal. You know, so the lyric has guitar inflections. Like if you go back and listen to Sly and the Family Stone, I'm not going to say anybody's family members or nothing, but Sly and the Family Stone, you go back and listen to Sly's "Thank You for Letting Me Be Myself," and who else? Patti LaBelle, or whoever was producing these people, whatever instrument that they used to create it, those vocals, it had an effect on those vocals. Fire, some of those vocals were like trumpet vocals jabbing at you. So anyway, we do exercises where these guys become instruments, and they create this, instead of just writing a top line, they actually will compose vocals, where the vocals do what the beat makers are doing, the composers, where it's weaving in and out, call and response, you know, layering, all types of stuff, musically working together. And it takes time to develop them. And I didn't know if that's what you were talking about.
I didn't know that you did that, but I guess we'll talk about everything that you do and what I may find useful for me. But I do plan on coming out to California.
That's my fun, is like getting with a singer like you. Like we'll have this semi-blind man. Watch, come here. He got on these glasses. There's one thing where KO, he has lyrics. I had him, I said, tell me your lyrics. And I said, okay, Kenzie, sing his lyrics. That was the first time he heard his lyrics sing. He's a rapper. But his lyrics were then sang, gave a whole different perspective.
Nice, nice.
And then you can sit there and play with, once you understand cadence and whatever, you can sit there and come up with all these different cadences and turn this thing into a performance that's enjoyable. But anyway, we'll do stuff like that, like, okay, give me one of your rap lines. Yeah, that's cool. All right, you sing it, now you sing it, and then we come up, like, we do music with it. Like Cori might come in and, oh, hold on. Really? What you going to?
Oh, that's pretty. You just went and changed. You look nice.
Going to the prom, girl?
For your what?
My grandmother's 50th wedding anniversary.
Wow.
Yeah.
And they're still dating?
Yeah.
Okay.
Your grandmother's boyfriend.
Our grandmother's, what did you say, anniversary?
50th wedding anniversary.
Yeah, 50. Like, whoa.
Damn, that's a big number.
He's only in the 70s. Okay, my other one's in his 80s. My grandma's in his 60s. My other grandma's in her 70s.
You have all of them?
I still have all four.
Spend as much time with them as you can. Get them on video camera.
I spend as much time.
Real, definitely. Wow. But 50 years, that's amazing. Congratulations to them.
But yeah, we set up like private hangouts, and some hangouts that are, you know, where we record, and it's just a matter of, if we get together and do stuff, like Cori's a big asset. I've had him get with singers, and you know, there's just certain things that we could do that really help and change the way our brains function. And we run singers through here, and we'll have them get on the mic and do some stuff vocally, and then you see where they're at. I'm talking music-wise, like coming up with melodies. And then my voice is horrible. I really do sound like a dog dying and being tortured. And so then I'll go in there and I'll do it. And once you want, like, I might sound horrible, but you start getting that there's a musical, like I might come up with a cadence that's working and then weave something in and out. And after a while, it's like, well, damn, that's pretty cool. And his voice is screwed up. Well, my voice, which is not, sounds better. And we just work it until the singers start getting it. And we watch videos. We do all kinds of stuff that feed you to where.
That's great.
And I'm dying to do it because this is something that I really want to be good at. I don't even care about engineering anymore. I spent so many years learning that. It's like, I got that. Dre the Most can go in there and do engineering. I'm focusing on having something to engineer. Getting it to where we write good songs, as in the words, and then write good songs as far as the melodic content, the composition of the music of the vocals. And so that's where my head is right now. So any and everything with singers. Okay.
Sounds good.
So we're done?
I think we're done.
Hey, great hang, guys. Great to meet everybody.
You too, man. I'll pay.
Oh,
thanks, brothers.
Made me remember this. Cori Jacobs.
What?
Business of Music seminar. Bro, you got to participate in that.
God, I can't wait to have Cori on there. We need Cori, Mott.
Have you spoken to him yet?
No, this is my first time meeting him, actually.
Joe, meet Cori. Cori, meet Joe. Joe, you got to.
We're Facebook friends, and I'm down to participate in anything that will help further the love of music. Also, I just want to say, if everybody could at least go to check out the Allen Iverson documentary, which was
gosh, amazing.
Did you check it out?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Guess who worked on it?
I worked on that. I did.
Oh, word?
90% of the music. A lot.
Now I'm gonna have to watch it again and look at it differently. Come on, Cori.
Right. Man, that was a labor of love. It was like a 5-year work in progress, and then it turned into get everything done in a couple months. But I think it's a great work. Showtime picked it up. A lot of A-list celebrities were chiming in on it. A lot. Mayweather invited the producer to his house. Jay-Z, Beyonce, Magic Johnson, everybody just chimed in on it. Nothing was
but good documentary. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks.
It was tight. You really got to see who he was. But amazing music. Now I got to go back and listen to it.
Yeah,
it was on Showtime. Yeah, it was on Showtime.
Yeah, it is on Showtime.
So
I'll check it out.
Yeah. So anyway, that's dope. We all know that Iverson is like I'm an Iverson fan, right? I'm also glad Cori Jacobs joining us on this seminar.
So tell me about it. When is it?
We haven't set it up yet.
But we coming to LA.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We've done a couple in New York. Just did one. Got sponsors. It's this whole thing. But yeah, absolutely.
And it's free. It's free to attend. It's free to get in. We don't charge.
Yeah, just let me know, man. I'd be more than happy to.
Yeah. Oh man, see, man, you gonna make me go into super speed go mode now.
Right.
All these great people you got out there.
Cori Jacobs and Brad would be perfect for this. We grab industry people and bring them in, and the one in New York was very successful.
Well, now you said that, I gotta put you. I'm gonna call you later, I gotta tell you the new thing we might do here, and Cori being a player, an instrumentalist, and it's Rick also. And shoot, and Brad.
Bruh, get Rick St-Hilaire, drag him down. Rick, if you're listening, I'm gonna have these brothers come to the studio and drag you out of the studio. Busta Rhymes in them. Well, Busta kind of big, so he might be able to stop him. Hold on. Still he got big, But yeah, Rick, you need to come on and be a part of this. These people putting it down in these seminars.
Yeah, really awesome. Cori, are you on the West Coast or East Coast?
I'm on the West Coast. I'm in LA.
He's out here with me.
I gotta get to LA.
And it's where it's a lot of talent, and then it's a lot of everything here. Which
I was about to say.
That's what I was saying to her yesterday. Yeah.
Woo. Yeah.
You gotta love it. You gotta love the music. You can't look at the. You gotta eat the watermelon, forget the seeds.
Right. All right.
I'm over by New York. You're not telling me nothing I don't already know.
Where are you at?
That's super.
Well, currently I'm in Pennsylvania, but I lived in Jersey for the longest, so I get to Jersey, New York a lot, so I'm pretty much East Coast. I'm where the music is. That's where I'm at, and right now it's East Coast.
Yeah, well, I like the East Coast because it's earthy, it's real. Out here, it's a bit what do you call it, pretentious. LA is very pretentious, and it surprises me that when I see a young woman, I have to compliment her because her hair is real.
Oh, bro, yeah, yes. Yeah.
And that includes even the white girls. That's all girls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of them got something going on out there, bro.
And this sister, her hair was jacked up. I mean, it was beat down. But it was
so happy.
And I said, excuse me, I just want to say you are beautiful because your hair is real.
I'm the same way, bro.
Damn. Hey, that's a stigma that we think that people think that only the sisters get them weaves, but the white girls been getting them for a long time too.
No, a long. And they be patting their heads to itch it too. They be just
they pat them too.
Y'all ain't right.
It's true though.
But it amazes me. It's like, okay, you got all your eyelashes is fake, your hair is fake, you probably got a butt implant, your titties is fake, but you want a real man.
I can't.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get what you give.
All right, gents. We'll hit y'all up. Cori, I'm gonna send you some stuff on Facebook so you can see the the BMS, the Business Music Seminar stuff, and we coming to LA, man.
I'm totally interested.
Word
Yes,
up. All right, gents.
I'm out of here.
Let's go. Thanks, Ma. I'll hit you up, brother.
Thank you. All right.
Thanks, Ma.
Ma, thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.